the way it goes. Take care.
I finally made it.
Quick draw.
I think Laura likes me. I think he's going to change bodies from the Yeah. Yeah, it is that.
Seen her for a few years, Laura. Wow, geisha.
It being 5 minutes after 9, we're going to head and open the first hearing of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee.
Treatment-resistant depression, because of its overwhelming success in helping those who are facing serious mental health issues. For so many, especially those who are in need, like veterans, first responders, those who are facing a diagnosis of a terminal illness, psilocybin therapy, when well administrated by a licensed facilitator, can help. And that's what we hope that you will start to consider and adopt soon. One of the great, and I think most attractive things about psilocybin therapy, as the representative was saying, our approach here is to really focus on the therapeutic aspects of this amendment and not the decriminalization aspects. That I'm here to speak to the therapeutic components, is that psilocybin therapy is designed for just 1 or 2 sessions of use. Many of us have friends or family who are on a daily regimen of mental health pills, who are trying to treat serious problems with pills that may or may not actually do the job. One of the things that's exciting about psilocybin therapy is that it's designed for intermittent use. 1 or 2 sessions throughout the course of an entire year can actually help people break through those cycles of depression and start to find health and wellness in a way that actually improves their lives. I wanted to share with you a little bit about the work that's going on in Oregon, because I think it provides a roadmap for the kind of regulated therapy that I recommend to this body. The measure that passed in Oregon specifically designs a container of regulated access that requires a series of licenses and rules in order to actually have a patient actually access the therapy. The healing centers where people will go and receive the therapy are licensed. The therapists and facilitators who actually provide the therapy are licensed. The individuals who will grow the psilocybin are licensed. And the testing centers that are actually going to evaluate the psilocybin to make sure that it's safe is also licensed. All of that regulation is designed to help maximize and promote safety. The model here does not envision or ever encourage individual at-home use. These are supervised sessions where an individual goes into a center, sits with a therapist for hours, gets treatment, the drug wears off, and then they're allowed to go home. This isn't a go pick up your drug at the pharmacy and go home type of operation. The treatment is the therapy. It's not just the drug. It's a combination. It's different than many other drugs in that way. A couple of the other things that are important about our approach to this drug, and we'd be glad to answer any questions that the committee may have, is that there is no retail use, there's no sales, there's no advertising. This isn't designed to be, as many people may be thinking, a Cannabis 2.0. They're much different drugs and designed for much different populations. The number of people who use psilocybin is so small in comparison to the number of people who might partake in a legalized cannabis model. But the treatment here, it's not about recreation, it's about healing. And as I wrap up my comments to you all today, I just want to share a couple more things about where I hope that this therapy and treatment may go. Many of the groups that we work with are organizations that deal with people who are in deep depression or facing deep trauma. We work with veterans organizations who currently right now raise money to send veterans to foreign countries to actually get the treatment that they need to treat their PTSD. We work with palliative care doctors who talk about all of the drugs that they have to treat people's physical pain at the end of their life. But the frustrations that these doctors have, that they have no tools, no drugs, no ways to help attention on this important issue and questions you may have.
I'm going to recognize myself for a question. What is the FDA position currently regarding physicians prescribing this for treatment?
Representative Roy, members of the committee, currently psilocybin is in phase 2 of its clinical trials with the FDA, and so the FDA has not approved psilocybin for prescription use. I think most who are involved in the FDA clinical trials process expect that for some diagnoses, probably treatment-resistant depression is probably
them can find them. I do think that therapeutic uses could serve an unmet need, and I think that if they come together, it will still benefit the health and wellness of the people of New Hampshire.
There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this bill who hasn't signed up? There being no one, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing on HB 1349. And I'm going to, no, we still have a few minutes left to the next hearing. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and stand in recess for 7 minutes. this time, we will reopen the public hearing, and we will begin on HB 1598. HB 1598. And the chair recognizes Representative Abbas from Salem.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. Can everybody hear me? I'm Representative Darrell Abbas, and I represent Rockingham District 8. Now, whether you support HB 1598 or not, I think that we all agree that the federal government really needs to address this issue. It's been about 13 years since the federal government basically stopped enforcing the majority of the cannabis laws. A short history lesson: back on December 5th, 1933, the 21st Amendment was passed. And what that did is that repealed the 18th Amendment, which effectively ended the prohibition on alcohol. And when that happened, the alcohol industry was upside down. And one of the reasons for that is that there were bootleggers running around everywhere. That was mostly organized, run by organized crime and other criminal enterprises. To combat that problem, New Hampshire began selling liquor without overburdening consumers with overtaxation. This allowed consumers all over New England to come to New Hampshire and purchase a superior, clean product that was tax-free, that exceeded the quality of what you could purchase from a bootlegger, while maintaining a competitive price. We've watched one state after another roll out recreational cannabis policies where the overregulation and overtaxation fueled the demand in the black market because the product was much cheaper. Rather than support a policy of overtaxation, like our retail liquor sales, I'm promoting the idea of the New Hampshire selling cannabis tax-free. Now, just to clarify, this does not mean that the cannabis would be sold out of a state liquor store. The understanding is that it would be in a separate retail store altogether. New Hampshire already has this infrastructure in place with our liquor commission. We have the model, and it's been proven to be a successful operation. In respect to New Hampshire state liquor sales, in 2020, the net revenue from the sale of alcohol in the state of New Hampshire was approximately $175 million. The gross sales, the gross revenue, was approximately $750 million. People come from all over New England, and they purchase liquor from New Hampshire because, let's face it, we have the best price. It has been reported that approximately 40 to 50% of the sales of alcohol in the state are to out-of-state consumers. So I look at recreational cannabis as an opportunity for history to repeat itself and allows the state to maximize its revenue. And before I get into the benefits of that policy, I want to just clarify a few other issues. Cultivation, manufacturing, and testing, and any type of transportation would still remain a private business. Now, this committee has been, every year, I understand, even before I became a representative, there's been several bills promoting recreational cannabis presented to the committee. And again, as for the benefits, look no further than the bill we recently had was HB 237. Now, the highest projected gross revenues was around $36 million. That is taking into consideration a 5% transfer tax and a 9% sales tax, which I would just put that out there, completely contradicts the New Hampshire advantage. If the state operates the retailer, the markup on the flower alone, depending on the cultivator, is around 80 to 120%. Now, if you land right in the middle, that is 7 times the revenue that the state would earn if they sold it at a lower price. However, if you just matched it that way, it's 7 times the amount. That would put the gross revenue over $250 million. And that's not taking into consideration the potential for increasing the out-of-state consumers, like we do with liquor. It's also not taking into consideration there's a higher markup on some manufactured products. So the number of 250 million, I would present as a very conservative figure. For the communities that are concerned about cannabis, the advantage of having a state-run retailer is that you're unlikely to have 6, 7 retail stores in one community. The community where I come from, or where I live, Salem, there's one liquor store. Perceivably, there would be one cannabis retail store. A lot of constituents and people I've talked to throughout the state who don't necessarily support recreational cannabis understand the atmosphere of the state, and they understand that the polls show that about 80% of the New Hampshire residents support the recreational policy. But many people support also not having 10 retail stores all over the place. So as for the revenue side, so right now, residents in this state, they're either purchasing cannabis in the black market or they're driving out of state and purchasing cannabis. So that revenue is being lost to the black market into other states. However, we're still, to the extent people believe that there's social problems that are related to recreational cannabis, we're still dealing with those problems. We're not getting any revenue to actually address those problems. That's why when it comes to the net revenue, the way that this bill is drafted, any money that was drawn originally from the general fund to actually start this program would be repaid. But after that, the next $25 million net revenue would go directly to DHHS to deal specifically with drug treatment, substance abuse programs, and issues relating to mental health that's related to substance abuse. After that, and after that $25 million has been paid to DHHS, 90% of the net revenue would actually be applied to offset the statewide education property tax. And what that would do, one of the other concerns I hear from constituents all over the state is high property taxes. This is a reality where we have a policy that we can implement where we can make a significant reduction for property taxes throughout the entire state without compromising funding for public education. And also puts us in a position in the future to potentially increase funding for public education without raising property taxes. It's a reality, it's right in front of us, and we can do it. And HB 1598 puts it on paper, and I believe this is a policy that works for New Hampshire. Just some other concerns that I've heard, and there is going to be, I'm going to propose an amendment for some of the penalties for violations of the possession limits. The bill, as stated now, has them listed as misdemeanors if you're using cannabis in public or if you're in a motor vehicle where the driver or another passenger is using cannabis. It's listed now as a misdemeanor. The amendment would reduce those to a violation for the first offense. If you're using cannabis in a public place, even though it's a violation, any cannabis in your possession is subject to forfeiture. Again, a lot of concerns people raised was the public use of cannabis in a public place. I hope that this would mitigate that, and it would hopefully not be a situation where you go to the Hampton Beach or you go walking on trails and there's just people smoking everywhere. The other issue is if you're operating a motor vehicle, I understand that there is no field sobriety test. That's a legitimate concern. What this bill does, it doesn't take into consideration whether the driver's impaired. The driver's responsible for what happens in their vehicle. If a passenger they're responsible in ensuring that passengers are also not using cannabis, but that would be reduced to a violation as well. The original bill had it at a 6-month loss of license. It would be reduced to a 3-month loss of license. That provision was also in HB 237, but I reduced the loss of license to 3 months. And I can answer any questions.
Representative Testament.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my question. Can you hear me all right? Okay. I'm concerned in looking at the bill of the effect on young people. You talk about the various amounts that can be used or not used by a younger person. But what I'm concerned about is we now make it legal for an adult to possess cannabis. What we're not doing, or at least doesn't appear to me in the bill, coming up with a sufficient penalty for him or her if they were distributed to a younger person. I mean, I've looked at a CDC report that says the effects on younger people for school and suicide and things like that are devastating. So where is the penalty to prevent me, if I were to purchase cannabis, from giving it to an underage child and then causing permanent damage to him, throughout his life?
Thank you for the question. That's an excellent point, and I would love to work with you on an amendment to include a penalty, or a penalty that you find satisfactory, because the age limit is going to be 21. So anyone that's distributing marijuana to a minor that's not prohibited or allowed to possess it, that is a crime, but that's something I would be more than willing to work with you on. And I agree that, and one of the ideas behind having the state-run retail store is the state, when I've seen this with liquor, being raised and living the majority of my life here in New Hampshire, is that they're very good at preventing minors from purchasing from the store directly, which is one of the reasons that I favor this policy. So I share that concern with you, Representative, and I would be glad to work on an amendment with you.
Follow up.
Then, if I were to come forward with a bill coming up with some sort of penalty to the person giving it to an underage person, you'd work with me on that?
I most definitely will.
Representative Green.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Isn't cannabis still a federal offense?
It is. And what I mentioned when I was in the introduction was that for about 13 years now, there's been a directive to not even enforce their own laws. They're basically ignoring them. So any preemption argument that has been made to the Supreme Court, I would suggest is stale. And the reason why is that the federal government has voluntarily given up their control. They haven't repealed the law, but they're not enforcing it. And that's the problem, that by doing that handcuffs a lot of opportunity in whether it's the medical side or the recreational side. But they're simply not enforcing it. So it is against federal law, but so is medical use of cannabis. And we have medical cannabis facilities. We give them licenses. And just to put in perspective, if you go on a computer or a phone and you have a Fidelity account, you can go buy shares on the New York Stock Exchange in a cannabis company, and no one gets arrested for it. Now, I'm not saying that that's legal, but it's done, and that's what's happening. So this bill, I understand, is maybe contradictory to federal law, as is every other medical or recreational cannabis policy or bill, whether it's law now or law in another state. Yes, it does violate federal law.
Follow up. where it's a drug, and drugs are issued through pharmacies, shouldn't this be issued through pharmacies?
Well, I think you're referring to the medical use of cannabis. This is purely for recreational use. I understand the argument if it's for medical use, why is it not through pharmaceuticals? Well, the problem with that, if it ever went that direction, is that it's, again, the federal law that's way outdated, they're not enforcing. It's illegal under federal law. So insurance companies, I know there's some states that are trying to pass laws to make insurance cover the cost of medical cannabis. But again, I look at it as that's its own issue here, but with the federal prohibition in place, that's another example of maybe they should take some action. If you want to write a joint letter to our federal delegation, I'll prepare that with you.
Thank you for taking my question.
Representative Altschuler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. So I was following along with you, and I did read the legislation prior, and I think the part that I think I want to just make clear so I get it is that this would be, let me put, I have two questions. So my first, this would be run through the Liquor Commission and then morph into its own commission. Is that how I'm reading this? I think I'm on page, oh, these are not numbered. But the Liquor Commission indicates this would assign cannabis sale and licensure responsibilities to the Liquor Commission, including the responsibility to set up the retail store operation. And then, did I understand from your testimony that then it would become its own operation with its?
I can clarify. When I meant its own operation is that if you go to a New Hampshire liquor store,
yes,
cannabis is not going to be sold out of a New Hampshire liquor store. However, the regulation and enforcement and some of the regulations that apply to cultivators, even the retail, advertising, packaging, there is going to be some that will be oversaw by the Liquor Commission. And the rationale for that is, in respect to the bill we had, HB 237, it was basically cloning the Liquor Commission. So we were basically making the same operation, doing the same thing. I looked at it as, well, if you potentially could have it run through the same organization, it would actually not be a lot of duplicate efforts there. So that was the rationale for doing that. And there is some, the only issue with now is that there's a rulemaking process for some liquor regulations, unless this bill would need to pass and become law in order for some of the more finer details, finer regulations to be made. There is a time frame and structure for those rules to be made within a certain time period.
Okay, may I follow up?
Follow up.
Thank you. So my concern is that this is my concern is that it would be the cannabis sales would be a state-run operation, and from what I heard in your testimony, that there would not be a tax. Okay, and so in looking, in part of the argument of like we are an island surrounded by all these other states that already sell cannabis, so we lose revenue that is border jumping. So in Maine took in $50,685,850 in taxes, and it doesn't look like. And Massachusetts took in $81 million, and Vermont took in $27 million. And just from where I live, 25 minutes away from where I live, the city of Kittery is opening 3 dispensaries, and they had application fees for
Representative, is there a question?
There is a question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Application fees alone were $535,000. So it seems like, would we be leaving millions of dollars in application fees and millions of dollars of taxes that could benefit the state by making it another state-funded operation where the proceeds are pulled out of, the operation costs, it looks like, come out of the general fund?
I can answer that, and
Thanks.
sometimes less is more. And with our liquor, when you go to a New Hampshire liquor store, there's not a state sales tax on a bottle of liquor. The revenue the state makes is from the revenue from the sale. So that's where the state, we would not have to have a sales tax or put a transfer tax on the cultivators and the manufacturer. We would not need to do that because the revenue is from the sale itself. And the difference between cannabis and liquor is that the markup on cannabis is a lot higher than liquor. So there's a lot more revenue to be made. In respect to the application fees, and I see that the states have these very, very high application fees. In one example, one state, they had an equity application trying to particularly provide applications or licenses for minorities so they can get into the industry. The application is still $1 million process, and I don't think that's equitable or fair to anyone. And that's certainly shouldn't be the New Hampshire way, that only a person of wealth is able to buy into an industry. And I understand you would have to have, it's still a startup, it's still going to cost money to actually open a business, but some of those application fees really prevent people from having the opportunity to get into the industry. Because we're making 7 times the revenue just compared to what the markup is, this is talking just the flower product. The markup on the manufactured products is much higher. So that's where the revenues need to be made. And that also means that we can sell at a much lower price point, like our liquor. So that would drive up out-of-state consumers that come here. Right now, people come here, you see it all the time on the highway. People are loading up their car with boxes and boxes of liquor. And there's certain times if you buy 12 bottles of wine at a time, you get a 15% discount. So it's being done already, and it's proven to be a very successful model, and that's where the revenue would come from. And if you look at HB 237, the anticipated revenue from out-of-state consumers was very low, and the black market sales was close to actually matching the legal recreational sales. By being able to actually sell a product at a competitive price with the black market, I'm just using logic here. I don't believe it would make sense to go buy cannabis in the black market if you can buy a clean product that's likely going to be superior, that has packaging, labeling, that's been regulated for a comparable price. That is the problem that I've had with prior cannabis bills, is that if you overtax it and overregulate it, it drives up the retail price, and you can go buy it for a fraction of the price in the black market. And this puts in a position where you're selling a better product for a similar price. That's a basic market principle. No reason why we shouldn't use it with cannabis.
Representative Burr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. Isn't it already a felony to give marijuana to a minor? And then what are the penalties for alcohol from somebody that's 22 years old giving it to somebody that's 17, 18, 19?
My blue book's in my briefcase is over there. It's already against the law. I'm not sure if it rises to a felony. So I can't answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for a follow-up. I do not know this, but from what I hear, those smoke shops that we have, especially on the border, there's one down in Massachusetts, not that far from the one on the border in New Hampshire, And the one in New Hampshire is just full of Massachusetts cars. You know, and you live in Salem, so I was wondering if you drove by one of those, if that's the case.
Just to clarify, are you asking if I drove by the smoke or vape shops in Salem, or I've lived in Salem the overwhelming majority of my life, and if you look at, first of all, there's a giant liquor store there. There's tons of Massachusetts license plates in that parking lot. If you go to the right where you get to where to 213, exit 213 is, which is right over the Methuen border. In New Hampshire, there is so many vape stores. They're all over the place, and there's tons of Massachusetts plates there. And one of the concerns I have with is that if you had a recreational cannabis policy, would it be like we have with vaping? Would it be 10 retail stores in Salem? And I always had concerns about that. I understand the town can pass zoning and the communities can do that, but I have that concern. And one of the things that that's something that I wouldn't support, is having that many retail stores. So when the state does it, it's still keeping a hand on the wheel. And I've heard some criticism about having the state run it and, oh, it's a monopoly. But and if you had private retailers, they generally limit the licenses anyway, which is also a monopoly. So except for under our state constitution, having a private monopoly is unconstitutional. So, but it's not in the state context.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to clarify your response to previous testimony that compared the model with taxes and the model with markup to each other. And it seemed like when you said we could make the same amount of money, your model would allow for us also to gain revenue. But isn't the markup also baked into the state sales of other states that also have taxes? So will we actually be able to do that if they also have a big markup for their sales in addition to taxes?
Thank you for your question. If I think I understood you correctly, you're worried about the markup and how we can deal with other states. In Massachusetts, first of all, if it's not for medical use, it's a 20% sales tax. And from what my research is, if you were to purchase 1 ounce of flower, it basically cannabis in its leaf or wheat in its leaf sub form, you're looking at about $300 an ounce plus a 20% sales tax, and some products are even higher than that. What I'm saying is, in New Hampshire, we could sell it for a lower price than that because the revenue is going to be from the sale itself. And if you purchase in bulk, again, it depends on the cultivar, it depends on the particular strain. That's why I said the markups between 80 and 120%. That information was provided to me by individuals in the industry of cultivation. So the markup can be much higher, but if the price is too high, $350, first of all, that's not really consumer friendly. Not everyone can afford that, and that's why some people go to the black market. If you could legitimately sell that for $100 less and still make a significant profit off the revenue, and at the same time, that would encourage consumers to come to New Hampshire to purchase cannabis. Right now, people are driving from New York through New Hampshire to Maine to purchase cannabis. And they go to store by store by store buying the maximum amount they can, then they head back to Connecticut, they head back to wherever they're from. It's happening quite frequently. So I believe that they'll stop in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
There being no further questions, the witness. Go ahead, Representative Pratt.
Hello, Representative. It appears that we're trying to model after the alcohol business in New Hampshire. Do you know the cost of alcohol in New Hampshire to society?
Are you talking society or for the Liquor Commission?
Like the amount of deaths and the amount of cost of the alcohol business in New Hampshire?
I don't. Listen, I have young children, and I live in the state, I drive in the state. I share the same concerns of everyone else. You know, there is a public safety issue that goes along with this. This summer, my family rented a place in Salisbury. I wish they rented one in New Hampshire, but I had no say in that. And they have a retail store there. And I parked there and I sat and watched for about a half hour. I would say more than half the cars that pulled in had New Hampshire license plates. So a lot of the public safety concerns that exist related to recreational cannabis, I understand, but a lot of that is happening anyway. So I'm not, although this could increase the amount of cannabis use, it's already being used. And if I didn't go parking by Kittery, but I would imagine people from New Hampshire going there. I've talked to people who've driven, that's what they do. So a lot of the public policy concerns are still going to be there. However, we don't have any of the revenue to support addressing those concerns. That's why, with the way this is drafted, the first $25 million in net revenue every year is going to go towards drug treatment, drug prevention, and not just for cannabis, for opioids. The state, we're the only state in the entire country where our drug overdoses has dropped the last 2 years. But even though that's great, but we can do better. This puts us in a position to actually do better and prevent overdoses as well, and to actually treat people who are using drugs or abusing drugs and help them get better. Not just dealing with the substance abuse, the mental health side of it, that often triggers drug relapses. So this is putting the state in a position to fight that problem better. I understand it may sound hypocritical to say you're using revenue from cannabis to do that, but if it's going to, I believe we'll get the job done. And if I sound like a hypocrite, I'll accept that. But
Well, I didn't want to leave my answer on your question, my question unanswered, but 341 people die from alcohol every year. So New Hampshire is making a profit of alcohol, but 341 people in New Hampshire die on an average.
Representative Pratt,
That's
is there
not
a question?
That's not a question. So I won't talk anymore. Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
are you suggesting we should make alcohol illegal?
Well, not 340 people. Well, we don't want to get into a discussion like that, but 341 people would have died.
Representative will suspend.
Yeah.
We reminder to the committee, we're not, Representative Abbas is a member of the committee. I anticipate we will have work sessions and executive sessions and ample opportunity to question and debate amongst ourselves. Let's let this witness go, though we can get other members.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, just so the representative from Raymond understands, if a community has already prohibited through zoning or local ordinance to not permit a retail cannabis store from opening, which I understand the Raymond, New Hampshire did that, that would be honored if this bill were to pass.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Representative
Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. My question is, what percentage and how long would it take before we'd see a difference in property tax?
Assuming that this became law today, it would likely take about 2 years to become fully operational, because there's a lot, keep in mind, the cultivation industry is still going to be private industry. There's going to be a licensing process for that, and then there'll be a certain time where you could then turn a profit on that. So I would say that in the following year, it would be a 3-year window. If I could do it faster, I would, but this is a complicated process. But at the same time, I'd rather deliver it in 3 years than not deliver it at all.
Thank you for taking my question.
Representative Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank Thank you for taking the question. Could I ask on the methodology, on the fiscal note section of this bill, there's a statement that said the bill appropriates the sum of $5 million for the biennium ending 23. Okay, and then it goes on, it says the commission believes the $5 million is not adequate to accomplish this, to accomplish the expectations set out in the bill. Do you agree with that? And could you explain that?
So, when this was prepared, I understand that is not going to be a sufficient amount of allocation to actually get this operational. What I understand is that there's an amendment in the process here that addresses the allocation issue. But I do agree, I didn't factor in the cost of building out the stores, and that's information I didn't have available to me at the time. So it wouldn't be, for me to then just make a higher number, I would have been just guessing, and I thought that would be irresponsible. But I believe the breakdown provided by the Liquor Commission is accurate. I don't have any reason to challenge or question that.
Thank you.
Representative Pratt.
Just one more question. When they started the alcohol business, they promised 10% of the profits to go into alcoholism, mental health, because they knew that the increase of alcohol to the community would have a problem with alcoholism. So there was a 10% off the profits that was supposed to be put aside for that. Is there something like that in this bill for addiction?
Yes, and just when alcohol and that happened was in the 1930s. I wasn't born yet.
No, you weren't born yet.
So I'm just going to explain. In this bill, after any money that's drawn from the general fund to get this program started will be repaid to the general fund. Once that one-time allocation is repaid, every year the first $25 million in net revenue would go directly towards substance abuse treatment.
Okay. Thank you. That's the question.
There being no further questions, the witness is excused. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The committee now calls Chief Bryfonski, Bedford PD.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is John Bryfonski. I am the Chief of Police in Bedford, New Hampshire, going on 11 years now, 43 years in law enforcement experience, 27 of those, as you may recall from some previous testimony, with the federal government, U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration. So I have quite a bit of experience in dealing with substance abuse in law enforcement, particularly with respect to this bill. You have my written testimony. It's quite extensive. I'm not going to repeat it, but I do want to cover a number of important points that I believe were brought up by the chair and the sponsor of the bill that public safety needs to address and would like to share with you, members of the committee. So from a public safety perspective, I think the important thing to think about as I present the testimony is I represent the embodiment of the police officers, the deputies, and the troopers that deal with the aftermath of substance abuse as it relates to cannabis use here in the state of New Hampshire. Yes, there are states that surround us that have legalized and commercialized cannabis, but as you can see, the studies show in each of those states that cannabis use by our youth in those states goes up when it's legalized. Is it prevalent now? Yes, but this bill will most assuredly increase cannabis use by our most vulnerable segment of the population, which is our youth. The public health elements and studies are substantial when it relates to behavioral and medical disorders. There's no medical society, association, psychiatric or behavioral professional association in the state of New Hampshire that I can find that supports cannabis commercialization. From a public safety perspective, the troopers and the sheriffs and the police officers deal with the aftermath of the wrecks on the road. The data is replete with increased use when states commercialize cannabis, and then it follows that increased collisions occur and increased fatalities on the roadways occur. That's what we have to look forward to if cannabis is commercialized here in the state of New Hampshire. And while this bill specifically addresses a prohibition against operating a motor vehicle while consuming or vaporizing cannabis, we still struggle with no per se limit with respect to the amount of THC, the psychoactive ingredient in cannabis that causes these wrecks. So in those states that have legalized and commercialized cannabis, such as Colorado, Nevada, Oregon, and Washington, they have per se limits that allow law enforcement to be able to charge. There's a threshold of nanograms per milliliter that are in those state laws that allow public safety to charge people. Here we can't, even today, with 2 fatalities in the town of Bedford, both having operators that were responsible with significant quantities of THC in their system. We could not successfully charge and convict those individuals for driving while impaired by cannabis. So we look forward to increased collisions, increased wrecks on the road that our troopers and officers and deputies will have to deal with. Let's talk about, just for a moment, the notion that if the state enters into an agreement to distribute cannabis commercially, that the illicit market will simply vanish and blow away. Record and the information is replete, again, with every single state that has commercialized cannabis. The illicit market has not gone away. The economic forces at play in the industry here will vanquish the state's ability to be able to make enough money to pay for the regulation of cannabis. So from a public safety perspective, from a medical perspective, from a behavioral perspective, and particularly from a law enforcement perspective as it relates to the illicit black market or the illicit market for cannabis, which will not go away, which will only proliferate here, what you're going to do is you're going to turn law enforcement on its side, and essentially this will be the Volstead Act in reverse, because in those states they have to spend significant amount of money to be able to control the illicit market. Just in this past week, the state of Oregon has dedicated $25 million extra money for law enforcement in the state of Oregon to address the significant problem with the illicit market and production of illicit cannabis in the state of Oregon. $25 million. We don't have that kind of money in the state of New Hampshire to do that. Not only do we not have the money, we don't have the troopers, the sheriffs, and we don't have the police officers to do it. So, and again, in Jackson County in Oregon, the county commissioners have asked the governor for the National Guard to come out and to address the proliferation of the illicit black market. And finally, let me just close by talking about the public sentiment with respect to cannabis legalization. Polls are kind of funny things, as we all know. The results of a poll generally are a reaction to the questions that are asked. And so oftentimes when polls are made with respect to legalization, the questions are not asked in a way that provides the respondent with a different way of responding concerning options. Emerson College, which just released a poll that shows that the majority of Americans do not support, they oppose commercialization of cannabis when given other options. Here in the state of New Hampshire, as you all well know, no one goes to jail. Let me repeat, no one goes to jail for possession of cannabis in small personal use amounts here in the state of New Hampshire. No one goes to jail. People that need or want cannabis by way of a prescription from a medical doctor are able to get it. So, given those options, I dare say that if a poll were commissioned again, that the results would be different. So again, I ask you from a public safety perspective to consider the behavioral and medical issues, the highway safety issues, and the law enforcement issues that we are simply ill-prepared, ill-equipped, and ill-funded. Closing, I'd just like to say that in listening to Representative Abbas's support for the bill, and he is a friend of law enforcement, I'd like to say that here publicly, that it seems that this bill should have as a poster the $sign. As a law enforcement officer with 43 years experience, we need to rip the $sign off and stop talking only about revenue and stop only talking about how much money we're going to make, because in every state that's done it, they haven't made enough money to pay for it, and take the $sign off and put a public face onto this bill. The public face needs to be the faces of young men, young women, teenagers, the dead bodies that officers and troopers scrape off the road. That's the public face that needs to be on the bill, not a $sign. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Chief. I'm going to recognize myself for a question real quick. The sponsor talked about the difference between the illicit market and the state-run market, if you will. What you said was that in the states that have done this, they have been unable to compete with the illicit market in order to drive them out of business. Are you aware whether or not if they were competitively pricing, or if they were adding a lot of tax in those states? Because the sponsors seem to make the argument that if we don't tax it, it'll remain low and therefore more attractive to the consumer, thus driving away from the private illicit market. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you for your question. Yes, I am aware. There are various models that are being used in California, Oregon, in the state of Washington. All of those involve some degree of licensing and taxation. I believe that there is a licensing requirement in Maine and Massachusetts. I'm not sure about the tax component in either one of those two states, but certainly there is a tax component in Vermont. And in Vermont's first year of legal commercialization, their revenue projections in Vermont fell significantly short of what they anticipated. Alaska was the same. California's cannabis commercialization has failed miserably. Everyone is losing money in the state of California. They consistently revise their revenue projections down. But again, the California model does involve significant licensing costs and significant taxation costs. Here, in the model that's proposed by Representative Abbas, there still will be a market component, a supply and demand, and certainly since the state is not going to enter into the manufacture of cannabis, they're going to have to buy it from someone. And those particular folks that are going to be manufacturing cannabis for sale, and the state adopts some degree of liability when it sells a product, does it not, that product is free of harmful chemicals, that it's been tested, and it's regulated. The state's selling a product just like alcohol. Alcohol is tested and regulated, and it is deemed free of harmful chemicals as the state sells it. That's a cost. Someone is going to have to pay for that cost. So the market forces in play in all the states, while different, are still going to be in play here. And I can tell you that the people that manufacture marijuana for sale that don't have to be concerned about paying Social Security, they don't have to be concerned about paying workers' comp, they don't have to be concerned about the environmental effects, paying for water, paying for electricity, and paying wages consistent with the market. They will always be able to undersell and undercut and eviscerate a legal market, because the legal market, as the good representative indicated, is built upon the premise that it's going to make a lot of money and we're going to solve a lot of other problems. It just doesn't happen. It's not true.
Thank you. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I was looking on page 5 of your handout that you gave us, and it talks about suicide toxicology, if I can say that word right, results by age group in 2019. It's from Colorado. What kind of surprised me, and there is a question, is the alcohol and marijuana suicide is about the same, at 51%. And, well, I guess marijuana is 28% to 51% to alcohol. Can you get the results for us before Colorado legalized marijuana, and can you get us the results for what New Hampshire is currently so we can compare?
I can try to get those results for you, Mr. Representative, and I'll try to contact my colleagues in Colorado. There may be some charts that are publicly available that show the increase in, I think the chart that you have in my handout depicts 2 age groups, I think, correct?
It does.
Right, okay. And there is a little bit of disparity, I think by 1% of an increase in suicide with cannabis than as in alcohol in one of the age groups, correct? I think on the chart, if I recall by memory. There is a chart that's available, I think, that does depict Colorado's increase in completed suicides before and after legalization. I'll try to get you that chart. With respect to New Hampshire, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to get those numbers, and the reason why is because suicides in the state of New Hampshire, unless there are some very unusual circumstances with respect to the contextual nature of the death, those suicides typically do not go to the office of the chief medical examiner, and there are no toxicology reports done. I wish there were. I wish that you would pass a law that would require, it would cost money, to require a toxicology report for completed suicides of all age groups, so that we could look at what those numbers were. When I was in Philadelphia as the agent in charge for Pennsylvania, we did look at those numbers in the state of Pennsylvania and in the city. And at that time, we were most concerned about benzodiazepines involved in suicide, and the numbers we showed for both marijuana and benzodiazepines were remarkably high.
Follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. You're very informational on that. At Bedford High School, if you can answer this, how much alcohol is there compared to marijuana being used by the students? you know, and what are you trying to do to slow that down?
Anecdotally, I can tell you that since we've gone back to in-person learning this year, we've had a number. What's that number? Anecdotally, so I look at every single incident every single day in the town of Bedford for 11 years, so I have a conception of what it is. A hard number, maybe not, but we've had more cases involving vaping of cannabis products and possession of cannabis products in Bedford High School than we have in alcohol. As a matter of fact, I can't recall a case in recent memory over the past 3 or 4 or 5 years where we've had a case involving alcohol at Bedford High School, but we have significant numbers. Are they as high as Manchester or Nashua? Certainly not. But they are concerning numbers. In fact, we just had a few over the past couple of weeks at Bedford High School, and those were vaping situations involving vaping of cannabis. There's a chart in the handout that shows a significant increase in concern with respect to vaping of cannabis by young people on an increase when cannabis has been commercialized.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your question.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chief, for taking the testimony or taking the question in for your testimony. So, I live in Dover, and we have ample opportunity to buy cannabis legally. Most of the state population is within a half hour of a legal cannabis business. And I'm wondering, of all the frightful predictions you made about what might happen, have you seen evidence to bear out that that's already happening, because we know that this is already accessible to most of our state?
Well, sure. I would agree, and thank you for your question. And I think I'm going to try to answer it this way for you. Have you ever heard the term spillover crime? And that's what we're dealing with in a new way with respect to being the 101st Airborne of New England. 101st Airborne was surrounded by the Germans at the Battle of the Bulge. And we seem to be surrounded here in New Hampshire by states that have commercialized cannabis. And so there's a spillover effect. I often spar with the various chiefs of the Manchester Police Department about spillover crime from Manchester into Bedford. And so the same effect occurs here. And so in direct response to your question, yes, unfortunately, the states that surround us do have an impact on the safety, welfare, and health of the Granite State, and particularly in your area. And that's unfortunate because Maine and Vermont, on the other side of the state, hasn't apparently taken a good look at what the effects are associated with commercialization as it has unrolled itself, if you will, in Colorado and Washington and Oregon. So yes, there's a spillover effect.
Chief, thank you. Let me rephrase that. So the prediction, if I understood correctly, you made a number of predictions about what would happen in our state if this product became legal. And the point I was trying to get to is that this product is legal in every state surrounding New Hampshire, and that would suggest, and we know New Hampshire residents consume this product that they purchase legally. And have you seen evidence, and what evidence exists to bear out the predictions you made, since the activity you described is already happening in the state?
Well, to the extent that I could talk about my experience in the town of Bedford, we've had a number of cases involving people from Massachusetts transiting through, just as I'm sure your police department has in Dover, from Maine, traveling from Massachusetts through Bedford to Keene State and other places with cannabis products, cannabis-infused products that are still illegal. And again, that's the spillover crime effect. The prediction that I make is based on the data that we have seen from Colorado, California, Oregon, and Washington, and Alaska, where states have commercialized cannabis, and there has been an increase in use of cannabis by youth and adults, an increase in the attendant medical issues, chronic marijuana use disorder, behavioral disorders, and increases in motor vehicle collisions and fatalities in those states. So yes, we've seen an increase already as a result of being surrounded by those states. But if commercialized in New Hampshire, we will see an even greater increase based on the data that we've seen in other states and in Canada.
There be no further questions. Thank you for your testimony, Chief.
Thank you very much for hearing me.
The committee now calls Aidan Moore, New Hampshire Liquor Enforcement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Good day. My name is Aidan Moore. I am the legal coordinator for the New Hampshire Liquor Commission. And I would like to offer some comments on the bill. The bill legalizes the recreational sale and use of cannabis. And previous bills on this legislation of cannabis have suggested creating a separate commission to oversee the various responsibilities associated with legalization. This bill seeks to bolt on the sale and licensure responsibilities to the Liquor Commission and establishes the responsibility to set up retail store operation systems, regulate the licensing and enforcement of the provisions within the bill, and provide the general fund with revenues that will be earmarked for various agencies and public health and law enforcement functions. The Commission takes no position on which organizational approach to the legalization would be the most effective if the bill were to become law, and the Commission does not endorse this bill and takes no position on the policy questions that are part of the bill. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have about the fiscal worksheet we have provided to you as requested by the LBA on this bill.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Committee now calls Lieutenant Bill Bright, New Hampshire State Police.
Good morning. Thank you for hearing my testimony. Many of the same concerns that the Division of State Police has have already been addressed by Chief Profonski in his testimony, but we would like to go on record to say that if this bill was passed, if the legalization of marijuana does take place, we do believe that there will be an increase in the potential of crimes, an increase in the potential of impaired drivers and all the things that go along with that, toxicology testing, an increase in investigations involving the black market sales, and any related crimes to cannabis or those types of organizations. That's all I have. The chief covered most of it, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Could you possibly just repeat the last sentence into the mic? We really didn't pick up anything you said there.
Yeah, that's fine. And I apologize for that, Representative. The Division of State Police just wants to go on record for this bill. Most of the things were covered by Chief Profonski, the concerns that we have, but the increase in impaired drivers, the increase in potential investigations involving black market sales will have an impact on law enforcement and the public safety of our state, in our opinion.
Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for your testimony. There's been some talk about, and I think you even brought it up, that there could be more illegal activity, you know, with illegal marijuana. I know the state collects about $350+ million a year on alcohol. Is there illegal activity in the state with alcohol? You know, there's people selling it and, you know, out of their trunk and, you know, for illegally, you know, trying to avoid taxes and everything else and making it cheaper?
I personally have not dealt with a situation like that. I don't have any knowledge at this time on an issue like that.
Follow up. Thank you. But you do have knowledge that there is illegal activity with marijuana, or there's going to be an increase in illegal activity with marijuana.
That's our opinion, that we believe that possibility exists, that there will be an increase, yes.
Okay, thank you.
There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
We now call Timothy Egan.
I think my pink card is for my hearing on my bill at noon.
I stand corrected.
But if given so, since I'm here as a member of the House of Representatives, I support this bill. Thank you.
No, you're good, thanks.
Representative Jess Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm Representative Jess Edwards, representing Auburn, Chester, and Sandown. By and large, we're an older, established community, and legal cannabis is not really an issue amongst my direct constituents. It's been over 40 years since it's an issue I really cared about, but I have cared consistently about the role of government and the role of government in intervening in the individual lives of citizens. And this is an example, I think, of government needing to reassess its relationship to the people relative to their freedom to interact with a plant. Whether 1598 is exactly the right way to go or not, I'll leave that to the committee. But as it was mentioned, we're literally surrounded, like the 101st Airborne Division, by states that where recreational marijuana is legal. And it was described as spillover crime. I would describe it as we are now intentionally enabling and preferring a black market to service the demands of the people who want to use cannabis. And black markets are bad for a lot of reasons. Most of them, I'm sure the committee members individually know, black markets are not good. They foment crime and other system abuses. So, but I think we have a new threat from the black market, and that is we have so much fentanyl pouring over our southern borders that in other states it's become common to lace street pot with fentanyl. And as we all know, that's a very dangerous thing. It's a great way to get somebody addicted, It's also a good way to accidentally kill people. And so I think we're now hitting a public health aspect of having marijuana that's available that people know is not adulterated. So I think we should be doing this. I don't know if I said I'm in support of 1598, certainly in support of the general direction. 3 years ago, we had a bill related to in-home cultivation. And I had an opportunity to talk to the most senior elected official representing the state of New Hampshire. And that individual said to me that in-home cultivation, and I know that's not the point of this bill, but just I think the quote is apt. That individual said, if we allowed this, there would be chaos. And that's when I said to him, a lot of people refer to that chaos as freedom. And so I've thought about that exchange for 2-3 years now, and I really do think the attitude that we have to control people's experiences with a plant, the time's passed. Talking to my dad before he died, pot in his social group was popular in 1948. Okay, this isn't really going anywhere. So with that, I'll take questions if there are any. Thank you.
The committee calls Frank Knack. Next will be Darrell Eames.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Frank Knack. I'm the policy director with the ACLU of New Hampshire. I want to talk about a couple things around racial disparities and just the overall impact of marijuana criminalization on people, but after hearing the previous testimony, I just wanted to correct the record on a few issues that I think would be important for...
Excuse me, wait a second. Could you possibly speak more directly into the mic and louder, please? We're not picking you up.
Is that better?
That's much
Sorry.
better, thank you.
Apologize. So I remember back to when legalization efforts first got started with Colorado and Washington State, and what we heard from those opposing those efforts was what we heard earlier in testimony, that would increase youth use, it would increase traffic fatalities, it would increase crime. And now we have the benefit of data. We have the benefit over a decade of data in some circumstances. And what we've seen is those projections have not borne fruit. And so I just really want us to focus on what actually the data shows. And so particularly, I know there was a lot of conversation about youth use. There was a study, and all these are cited in the testimony or in the handout I gave you all. But there was a study in the Journal of American Medical Association back in July of 2019 that found that recreational marijuana laws were associated with an 8% decrease in the odds of youth marijuana use and a 9% decrease in the odds of frequent marijuana use by youth. And so again, the data does not support the conclusion that moving towards recreational use in New Hampshire would increase traffic fatalities, increase crime, increase youth use, etc. It was also argued that there'd be some type of spillover effect of crime, and so I just also want to clarify the record on that issue. If you go back, looking at the last 3 years of data we have in New Hampshire in terms of Group A crime rates, crime has reduced between 2018 and 2020 by 14%. And so if there was some type of spillover effect, I assume we would see that in the data. The data shows the opposite, in fact. And so getting back to the core of my concerns with marijuana criminalization in New Hampshire. So a single marijuana arrest, we've definitely reduced the number of people being arrested. We've gone from about 2,800 arrests or so in 2013 to about 1,400 arrests or 1,500 arrests in 2020. But for each of those marijuana arrests, the collateral consequences can be huge. While they may not go to jail, if they're a kid on student financial aid, they can lose their student financial aid. They can lose access to housing, employment. The collateral consequences can live with someone for a long, long time after an arrest. And so again, this is something that is harming the residents of our state. In addition, the ACLU conducted an economic analysis of marijuana prohibition in 2010. Using 2010 numbers, New Hampshire was spending about $6.5 million every year on just the enforcement of marijuana laws, of possession laws, not sales, possession laws. And so, because all those arrests involve a judge, a clerk, law enforcement officers, prosecutors, etc., we have about half the number of arrests in 2020 as we did back in 2010. And so we're spending still about $3.25 million every year on just the enforcement of marijuana possession laws alone. And again, the enforcement of marijuana laws across the country, New Hampshire not excluded, are enforced with a staggering racial bias. In 2020, black people were 4.8 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession than white people. And marijuana is a great opportunity for us to actually look at racial disparities, because we know from national data that black people and white people use marijuana at roughly the same rate, and so we can do apples-to-apples comparison. And so in 2010, we were at 2.6 times more likely. So not only do we have a horrible disparity, but our disparity has gone in the wrong direction by 46% in the last decade. And in some jurisdictions, in Manchester, half of all marijuana arrests in 2020 were black people. That's a 13.9 times more likely rate in Manchester City PD. In Concord, 5.8 times more likely. And so again, we think this law, obviously, we think there would be some improvements to the law around edibles, around personal consumption and personal growing, but we think this law is very important. This bill is very important. We support it, and thank you all for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
Representative Pratt.
I had a question about your studies of cost. If you go online, you can look at many, many studies that Colorado was legalized marijuana a long time ago. It cost them more money than they generate. And you said that that's not true with your studies?
I've not seen a study that Colorado is not bringing in significant revenue.
They're not taking in revenue?
Yes. I've not seen what you had just said. The cost arguments I was making are in terms of the enforcement of marijuana possession laws. And so the prosecutors, cops, et cetera, that fall. And so our study, our analysis that the ACLU did back in 2013, looking at 2010 data, was purely around the cost of prohibition of marijuana possession, not revenue collection, et cetera.
Oh, okay. So this bill is being sold as a revenue.
I'm sorry?
This is being sold as a revenue maker.
Mm-hmm.
But in Colorado, it costs $4.50 for every dollar generated. So it's not a revenue maker in Colorado.
I have not seen that. I've seen the opposite in terms of revenue from the other states.
Okay. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
The committee now calls Darrell Eames. Up next is Ross Connolly.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Excellent. My name is Darrell Eames, and I'm the founder of the New Hampshire Cannabis Association. Our association was formed to support, educate, organize, and connect the industry when it arrives. And we've been doing just that in anticipation. Our members include labor, investment, entrepreneurs, professionals, and ancillary services. And we're ready to get to work. Today I'm here to represent New Hampshire's worker, business, and industry specifically. On behalf of the association and our members, let me thank you for your time and your tremendous effort in fighting for cannabis legalization for New Hampshire. We recognize and appreciate your hard work, and we're here to support you. I'd like to start by saying that we generally support legalization at a minimum, but of course we prefer to see legalized commerce come with it. If that's in the form of a bill, that's great. If that's in the form of a constitutional amendment, so be it. Over the last few years, I've had the opportunity to read many of the cannabis legalization bills. Much of the discussion seems to be focused on projected windfalls for the state. However, in our opinion, this limited view doesn't even begin to tell the entire economic story. Cannabis touches almost every industry, from agriculture and farming, to trades and transportation, to administrative and professional staff. There are opportunities for all who wish to participate. There's a much larger tangible economic benefit to New Hampshire's hardworking residents, directly and in addition to the use of state funds. This is about real economic opportunity for our residents, and in our opinion, failure to bring the recreational cannabis industry to New Hampshire is a failure to provide more paths to prosperity for our residents. This is important, and what this means should be considered as you debate these bills and these constitutional amendments. In my capacity as the founder of the New Hampshire Cannabis Association and in my work on a national level, I've spent years talking with operators all over the country. Owners in California tell me how overregulation and taxation is devastating their industry and propping up the black market. Operators in states with artificially limited licenses share this cause license fees to mushroom to $1 million in some cases. My contacts in Massachusetts, they laugh at us. They don't think that we have the will or that we can work together to legalize cannabis in the state. I think it's high time that we prove them wrong. But in doing so, we only have one chance to create an adult use market, and it's important that we get it right. A focus on low regulation, low barriers to entry, low taxes. These are going to be critical in our formulation. As I mentioned, we're supportive of legalization generally. However, I'd like to share the following as a special message to our legislators and our governor. No one really wants to be forced to purchase cannabis from the government. The retail experience should be as varied and unique as the operators who run them. If the government wants to fairly compete in the sale of cannabis in the free market, that would be fine. In fact, I think having cannabis available at something at the equivalent of a state liquor store is an option that many consumers would choose. But the bottom line is that consumers should be required to purchase from the government. More importantly, our residents deserve the opportunity to compete in the retail space. So on behalf of the consumers, workers, and entrepreneurs of the state, we request that you amend HB 1598 to ensure free market competition and opportunity in the retail segment of the cannabis industry. Thank you. Any questions?
Representative Pratt. I have a question. You seem to be right on top of the farming, really have a good handle on that. 50 years ago, an organic material called tobacco, farmers in the South started selling tobacco, and it was supposed to have a calming effect, and people were supposed to feel good about smoking cigarettes. Now we know 50, 60 years later that cancer is increased by it. Do you see cannabis being smoked as any different than tobacco?
I do. In most cigarettes, I think there's over, 20, 40 different chemicals that are in there. Anytime you combust an organic material, there are secondary effects from the smoke and the carbon. But that's also why edibles are important. That's why vaping is important. That's why access to other methods of consumption are important, yes.
Thank you.
There be no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Sir, do you have a copy of that written testimony for the committee?
Sure. Thank you. We now call Ross Connolly. Emily Shanahan is next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for holding this hearing today. For the record, my name is Ross Connolly. I'm the Deputy State Director for Americans for Prosperity here in New Hampshire. We are currently neutral on HB 1598. However, we are in support of ending cannabis prohibition, and we commend the sponsor of this legislation and the committee for their work to finally try and end this sort of charade that's going on with New Hampshire being surrounded by legal cannabis states on an island of prohibition, if you will. Although we'll likely be last in New England to legalize cannabis for adults, for recreational use, we have the opportunity to learn lessons from the surrounding states of what went well, what did not work well. And I do have some written testimony to hand out afterwards of just some do's and don'ts of lessons that we've picked up from around the country of what's worked in a rollout to a legal market and what you should avoid. Some of the top-line issues we have with this bill really have to do with competition and access to the market. Currently, HB 1598, as has been mentioned, only allows sales in state-run stores. We're concerned about the market being able to get off the ground while the Liquor Commission will have to go through a rulemaking process. There will be an extended time where they have to find leases for storefronts, things of that sort. And cannabis is not as simple as many make it out to be. It's difficult to grow, and it's very expensive to open up and get started a cultivation facility. Our goal should be to quickly reduce the influence of the black market and make sure that we're outcompeting our neighbors. To do this, we need cultivators to get started and start growing product and producing product so that we're increasing our supply and therefore lowering price. We should allow cultivators to sell directly to consumers out of their facilities so that we increase that supply before state stores open so that it's an easy rollout and we avoid any rollout that's fraught with problems. Competition and supply is what lowers price, and we believe that this is a way that we can find a middle ground to having state stores, but having that access to the market before those open. Lastly, the safest way to consume cannabis is edibles. There's a lot of fear-mongering around them, but when you take an edible, you know exactly the dosage amount that you're getting, and you're avoiding any consequences from consuming cannabis through smoking, which obviously anytime you burn organic products, there can be consequences with that. So we encourage the committee to look into allowing the state stores to sell edible products to all consumers of age in the state stores, and to allow those manufacturing facilities to distribute out of their facilities for those same exact reasons as the cultivators, so that we increase supply, lower price, and are prepared to open those recreational stores. And for those reasons, we encourage the committee to look into maybe amending the bill, but again, we commend the committee for your work to finally try and solve this problem. With that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you for your time.
We now call Emily Shanahan. And next will be Deborah Narrow.
Good morning. I'd like to start by thanking the committee for the opportunity to speak today in opposition to HB 1598. My name's Emily Shanahan, and I'm a New Hampshire Certified Prevention Specialist and coordinator of the New Hampshire chapter of Smart Approaches to Marijuana. There's been a significant body
Excuse
of
me.
evidence.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Could you please speak directly into the
Sure.
mic?
Yes. Is that better? Okay. There's been a significant body of evidence that demonstrates the health, safety, and economic harms of marijuana legalization far outweigh the perceived benefits. We have both decriminalized and legalized marijuana for medical purposes, so why do we now need to legalize for recreational use? With our state facing a pandemic, opioid crisis, and youth vaping epidemic, why are we considering legalizing another addictive drug that has severe negative impacts on youth, families, or communities in our state? Virtually every medical and psychiatric association in America strongly opposes legalization and commercialization of marijuana. In New Hampshire, this includes the New Hampshire Medical Society, American Academy of Pediatrics in New Hampshire, Catholic Medical Center, New Hampshire Community Behavioral Health Association, New Hampshire Public Health Association, and the New Hampshire Nurses Association, among many others. Just recently, the U.S. Surgeon General issued an advisory on youth mental health, stating mental health challenges in children, adolescents, and young adults are real and they're widespread. By legalizing and commercializing marijuana, we are contributing to that problem. Marijuana use has been linked to depression, anxiety, thoughts of suicide, suicide attempts, suicide, and addiction. We need solutions, not more problems. Prevention is more urgent today than ever before, as treatment for youth is almost non-existent. Just recently, one youth in our central New Hampshire region was admitted to a local hospital for 3 weeks, waiting for a bed at Hampstead Hospital for inpatient treatment. Marijuana potency has tripled in the past 20 years and sends more youth to treatment than any other drug. Estimates from research suggest that those who start using marijuana before the age of 15 are 17% more likely to experience addiction because their brains are undergoing rapid development. HB 1598 designates $25 million from marijuana sale proceeds to prevention, treatment, and recovery. But why designate funds to a problem we are creating, a problem that's preventable? Let's just not create the problem at all. We need to prevent drug use and not encourage it. Some have raised the issue of growing public support for legalization as reflected in a UNH poll. As with polling, the answer depends on the question that's asked. And this poll asked essentially a yes or no question and compared marijuana with alcohol and tobacco. But when voters were given a choice between decriminalization, medical, and recreational, 53% of New Hampshire voters opposed commercialized marijuana as reflected in a recent Emerson College poll, which you have attached. A better metric of public support is the not in my backyard effect. Government reports from the legal states show 72% of municipalities in Colorado have banned pot shops, 80% in California, 65% in Massachusetts, and 60% in Oregon. The remaining legal states have seen similar numbers. Many people point out that we are surrounded by legal states, but does that mean that we should join them? New Hampshire is an oasis. Let's work together to keep New Hampshire a state to be emulated through proper public health promotion. I ask that you please oppose HB 1598 to help keep New Hampshire a productive oasis that promotes the health and safety of its citizens. Thank you for your consideration.
Representative Bolden.
Thank you for taking my question. I'm interested in the statistics that you cited from the Emerson poll. I've looked at the statistics, the raw numbers, and they don't, what I saw doesn't indicate that the respondents said that they were opposed to legalization. In fact, the poll that I looked at showed that less than 14% of respondents said that they would like to keep cannabis illegal. Can you clarify, do you have the actual
you have it
data?
also. you have it also the poll in here. So when respondents were given
I'm
alternate.
sorry, I see a chart with two bars on it, and one says full marijuana legalization, and the other one says other non-legalization marijuana policies. And when I looked at the raw data for this Emerson poll, it's my understanding that the actual possible responses that someone could give on this poll were if they support decriminalization, if they support medical cannabis, if they support full legalization, and then the other option is that they could say that they don't
Representative,
support
your
any
question,
of these.
please.
So can you clarify the difference between being opposed to legalization and being in support of decriminalization, and why 4 options in this poll were boiled down to two bars on this chart? It's very confusing. Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you. So according to this poll, when given those options that you had mentioned, the majority of the people that were polled chose that they were opposed to commercialization of marijuana.
May I have a follow-up, please?
Yes, but the representative is reminded not to argue with the witness.
Thank you for the reminder. And thanks for allowing me to have a follow-up. It'll be my only one. Thank you. Is there a difference between selecting one of 3 types of decriminalization? Is there a difference between that and opposing legalization, in your opinion?
In my opinion, oftentimes a lot of people get confused. So when we ask the question in this way by giving the full options, the respondents said they were majority opposed to commercialization of marijuana.
Thank you for taking my question.
Thank you very much.
There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Deborah Narrow, and then Joe Hannon.
Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today and testify in opposition to HB 1598 FN. For the record, my name is Deborah Narrow, and having served in the New Hampshire House for 3 terms, I fully appreciate the many difficult decisions that come before you and have immense respect for your work. Last week, I convened 10 of the New Hampshire drug-free community coalitions in a jointly signed educational letter to help inform your decision-making. I believe that was mailed, and you should have received that last week. However, I did attach that to my written testimony. I am testifying today as Executive Director of CADY, a prevention nonprofit serving the Central New Hampshire Public Health Region. Science and evidence-based practices are the driving force behind our work. I have 2 decades of experience in the substance abuse prevention field. We believe it is our responsibility to call attention to the growing science on the risks of cannabis use and the urgent need for informed decisions when considering the impact of public safety policy on our children. The scary truth is our kids are in a crisis, and we are very worried. Our region's 2019 Central New Hampshire YRBS survey indicates that our youth report significantly higher levels of sadness, hopelessness, and suicidal ideation than statewide averages. Local youth use of marijuana and vaping have increased significantly, putting our children at even greater risk of harm. Youth marijuana use in our region is significantly above statewide averages, with 1 in 3 youth regularly using the drug. This hasn't always been the case. In 2015, our youth were significantly below statewide averages in marijuana use. Following the opening of the Alternative Treatment Center in Plymouth, we have seen a 65% increase in use. Youth are getting the message that marijuana is medicine, so it must be good for them, when science tells us the exact opposite is true. Marijuana use is consistently linked to poor mental health outcomes with youth being at greater risk for anxiety, depression, and addiction. Daily marijuana users under age 17 are less likely to graduate from high school, more likely to use other drugs, more likely to develop addiction, and more likely to attempt suicide. High-potency THC increases these risks, and our kids are getting the wrong message from therapeutic cannabis, and recreational legalization will only exacerbate this problem. No amount of legislative safeguards can protect the most vulnerable among us, as promises made and uncapped on alcohol, tobacco, and therapeutic cannabis attest. Let's consider drug-endangered children. In 2021, New Hampshire Poison Control received calls involving 22 children under the age of 5 who were exposed to marijuana. 4 of those calls involved toddlers from our region who were admitted to our local hospital in THC-induced comas. They had ingested high-potency THC gummies. If we cannot keep THC out of the hands of toddlers, how are we ever going to keep it out of the hands of our teens? With legalization more cannabis, there will be more cannabis on the ground, resulting in more emergencies. We should be paying close attention to the experience of legalized states to inform our policy making. It's so bad in Colorado. The governor recently signed a landmark marijuana reform bill drafted by the Speaker of the House. Both were early pro-marijuana advocates. Buyer's remorse has set in. They rushed headlong into legalization without a full appreciation of the science. I've read the details of HB 1598 that seeks to commercialize a high-potency addictive substance that is not FDA approved and spends millions of taxpayer dollars to set up and run retail outlets. And in the fiscal note, the New Hampshire Department of Safety and State Police warn the bill would likely result in an increase in impaired drivers, toxicology testing, black market sales, and the investigation of crimes such as robbery, burglary, and theft. Wouldn't our state be better served preventing rather than encouraging drug use? I ask you to please protect New Hampshire's children by voting HB 1598 FN inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to take questions.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
I'm very disappointed, but if you ever have any questions, just give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you.
The committee now calls the Honorable Joe Hannon.
Thank you, members of the committee. My name is Joe Hannon. I'm a former state rep, retired doctor, and I was also a member of the public who is on the New Hampshire Commission to study the legalization and taxation of marijuana. I believe it was 2018. We submitted that report. We spent a year every few weeks listening to people from all over the country that had their legal cannabis and marijuana programs, from Colorado to Massachusetts, you name it. We talked to pretty much everybody we can get a hold of. This is pre-teleconferencing, pre-COVID, so we had to do a lot of it that way. So we got a little experience doing that. But anyway, I checked off that I was not in support of this bill in particular. I'd rather say I'm neutral to this bill the way it's written, but my main issue is the fact that the state would have control over the sole sales of cannabis. You know, there are about a quarter of the states in this country are liquor control states that sell, they're the only ones allowed to sell spirits. There's some evidence that shows that does decrease drinking usage of all kinds, but it's not a very large decrease in drinking drinking usage that's shown. New Hampshire, like all those other states, put the Liquor Commission in charge of selling it so we wouldn't have so many people drinking alcohol. It was a response that the Prohibition has had when Prohibition was repealed back in 1933 to say, okay, well, we can't stop it, even though not everyone, but many people are doing it, and we can't enforce it to keep problems with the current Prohibition. It's happening, and it's unenforceable. There are many people that are using it that are never able to be arrested for it, and rightfully so, because it's foolish to even try at this point. We are this island of prohibition surrounded by other states. I don't think comparing us to those other states to the Nazis is actually a relevant comparison. But I like the idea that we are an island of freedom that we could be an island of freedom in the rest of the country in New England if we joined the other states. So there are some arguments we always heard about why it shouldn't be commercialized. Big cannabis is always that word that's thrown around. We don't want to commercialize it because more people will get it. I talked to every single person that came and testified at the study commission for this that was against it. I said, are kids having any problem getting it? Oh, no, it's everywhere, I was told. Kids have no problem getting it. It's everywhere. It's in the schools. It's easy to buy. It's actually easier in some cases than to buy alcohol, which has to be carded in all establishments in the state. The other argument was that it's a gateway drug. People are using this and then going on to do other drugs. Now, the younger people do any substance, whether it's nicotine, alcohol, tobacco, it is not a good idea. I'm not saying children or young adults should do this. I think you should wait as long as possible. I'm in recovery myself for over 30 years. I have a 15-year-old son who has friends that smoke and they drink. More of them smoke than drink because it's harder for them to get alcohol, by the way. And he says, well, what about me? What should I do? I said, I'm not even going to tell you not to do it. I'm going to tell you not to do it now because it's, I'm your dad, and it's not a good idea. But if you get to be older and you want to do it, give it a try, but give it some time because there are dangers associated with it. And I think this is one thing that was missed by a lot of people on both sides of the debate. Some people like to say it's a totally harmless substance, and others say it's going to cure cancer and all these other things. It's neither of those things. There's something in between. Alcohol was also considered medicinal for a long time during Prohibition. I was talking to a former person from the Liquor Commission, one of the enforcement officers, who actually has in his possession an antique copy of a medicinal alcohol prescription pad for the state of New Hampshire. So this is not a new occurrence. We've had medicinal alcohol in the past. We have medicinal cannabis right now. But we do have big cannabis already. It's in the form of illegal sales. It is completely unregulated. They don't check IDs. Kids have no trouble getting it from someone. And you also hear about the gateway drug. I talked about the gateway. People think that if they start early, they're more likely to have other substance use problems later in life. The earlier you start doing most addictive substances, it is true, it is harmful later in life. But there's not a lot of consensus on what really is the gateway, whether it's actually something that causes this drug, causes that. You can say everyone who drinks milk becomes this as an adult. Well, it might be true, but it doesn't mean that it's a definite result of something happening. So, the gateway is more likely that people buy an illegal substance from someone are more likely to buy another illegal substance from that same person. So if someone is, I don't drink anymore, but I never went into a bar and asked the bartender to buy cocaine or marijuana. They just won't sell it to you because it's a legal establishment. If you talk to someone who's selling cannabis on the street and say, hey, do you know where I can get some cocaine or fentanyl? They probably know a guy, and I'm sure they'll give you a referral. You're not going to see that in a regulated market, whether it's state or commercial and retail, private retail. We heard limiting licenses would be a problem if the state didn't do it. It doesn't have to be a problem. There's a way to do this equitably, to have people that are allowed to operate any business in New Hampshire should be allowed to operate a cannabis business in New Hampshire. I think we looked at how long it would take to own a cannabis establishment, and the commission, I think they talked about maybe 3 years. My memory might be off on that. That's how long it takes to be a state senator for residency in New Hampshire, too. So, it's a pretty high bar they've put for cannabis establishments in the commission report. So another, just a couple things I heard from previous people testifying that I'd like to clear up. We heard that they're not required, people that are selling illicit substances like cannabis and other things are not required to pay taxes. They absolutely are required to pay taxes. If you don't believe it, just look at Al Capone. He was nailed for tax evasion from his illegal sales. And if you look at the IRS website, they'll tell you that you have to report income from all illegal activities, whether it's cannabis sales, moonshine, sex work, whatever. You still have to report that income. So that's not a legitimate argument. And I think I can keep going, but we're here all day, so I'm sure I'll fit in a few points later. I know everyone wants to go to lunch sometime today and maybe dinner, hopefully. But fast food is very dangerous too. The last thing I want is for the state to take over fast food. I mean, who'd want to have a granite burger? This is not something we need to have the state controlling just because they think it's in our best interest. When Prohibition was repealed in 1933, Virginia was the first state to enact a liquor control state. And the governor at the time of Virginia said that, and I'm paraphrasing, but he said that now that the Prohibition has been repealed, they have to do something about it. And the idea that they proposed was the liquor control state. It actually decreases the amount of options people have. We heard about things like edibles and vaping products and other things. I'm not going to sit here and debate those with you today. There's a lot of science on both sides of this argument. But if you have the state selling a state monopoly on something, you're going to have limited resources. You're going to have limited competition. You're going to have other states that will be ahead of the game in the sense that they have more options to supply the market. We don't want a black market, and the black market gets thrown around too, but there's actually a gray market. When you have legalization, but they buy it legally and bring it from somewhere else legally to an illegal state, or even from the state stores and sell it to someone else, that's considered a gray market. I can answer questions later or even after committee if anyone would like to speak in a work session. I spent a lot of time studying this. I've started several nonprofits. I'm on the boards of several substance use disorder organizations, recovery and treatment centers, and I'm on the Harm Reduction Coalition's board of directors as their policy director. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at some other time, I'm sure, but I'd be happy to take any now too. Thank you.
Representative Conley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking the question and for your testimony. We heard a moment ago that there's buyer's remorse in states that have legalized this product. Sounds like you've done some travel and you've actually spoken to people in these states. Can you provide some context as to if this is a true thing?
I haven't. We didn't travel to most of these states. We did travel in states to the dispensaries themselves, but most of it was remote. We talked to the cannabis czar from Colorado and members of the commission from Massachusetts and other places. At the time, this is 3 years ago, there was no remorse whatsoever that we heard from any of these individuals. As far as the studies that you hear about accidents and things like that and teen usage, I don't agree with a lot of the things you heard in reference to them being drastically increased. If anything, they decreased in Colorado at that time for teen and young usage. Now there were increases in the college age years range, but that wasn't a very significant increase. We heard increases of accidents from an insurance study that was done out in Colorado and some other states in that area. The details of that study didn't show increased fatalities necessarily that were directly caused by cannabis use. They were actually mostly fender benders and small. There were more incidents reported. And when something is legalized, you do get more incidents reported. You're going to have more insurance claims. So if you want to hear about accident reports from insurance companies, they're going to tell you we had more claims because something is now, you're not going to go to prison for it. It's a misdemeanor or illegal in that state. And also with underage usage, we heard about hospitalization. We heard from, in Colorado specifically, we talked to their state medical director, I believe it was, about hospitalizations for ingestion, poisonings, so to speak, of cannabis in the hospitals, and how they'd increased a huge amount in Colorado. And the number was, percentage-wise, was a lot higher, but if you actually look at the number, it was not a very large number. It was in the hundreds of people going to the ERs for cannabis. No one died. No one had long-term consequences in any of those cases in Colorado. And I mentioned a study that they that looked at, there were over 10,000, I forget the exact number, but over 10,000 calls to poison control nationally for ingestion of a very dangerous product that caused a lot of people to go to the hospital and almost died. And that was laundry detergent pods. So that's, remember the Tide Pod stuff? And I asked them, I said, so in Colorado you have this many people, do you know how many Tide Pod poisonings you've had in your state, and do you think it's more than the cannabis ingestions? And he kind of laughed, and he's like, well, yeah, it's probably a lot more. But they didn't have an exact number for their state. But it's kids get themselves into all kinds of things. I'm all for safety measures to protect children and to keep them from ingesting laundry detergent, turpentine, whatever. There's a way to do it safely, and I believe it can be done.
There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
The committee now calls Elizabeth Broder. Up next is Kaylee Ann McGlynn.
Good morning. I can still say good morning. I appreciate the opportunity to share my concerns regarding the important issues of House Bill 1598. I thank each committee member for your service to New Hampshire. My name is Elizabeth Brochu, and I'm the Youth Services Director of Communities for Alcohol and Drug-Free Youth, a Central New Hampshire nonprofit organization. I'm also a certified prevention specialist and the substance misuse prevention coordinator for the Central New Hampshire Public Health Network. I oppose House Bill 1598. Over the past 14 years, being a prevention educator and professional in the public health, I've watched the effects of decreased perception of risk on marijuana on youth, academic problems, school truancy, juvenile justice issues, social problems, and mental health issues, including anxiety and depression. Youth have shared they believe that marijuana would help them feel better, and in the end, making it all worse. I have parents calling me beside themselves with worry about their child's marijuana use. I have spoken to young adults who know they are addicted to marijuana, but do not have the means or the resources to get help, and even believing that if they even try to get help, they will be ostracized by their peers and even their families. I talk with educators concerned about marijuana's effect on their students' grades and extracurricular activities. This drug is crossing all socioeconomic boundaries and negatively impacting our communities, and yet we are considering increasing access to an addictive substance. In New Hampshire, adolescent and young adult marijuana use is a significant concern. It has been a concern for many years, and this was even before Maine, Massachusetts, and Vermont legalized the recreational use of marijuana. With marijuana legalization, New Hampshire will see new high-potency THC products. We will see the increase of access as well as the increase in youth use as other states have legalized have experienced. We are already 1/3 of our students in Central New Hampshire using marijuana. Are we willing to sacrifice having more, that surge, for the possibility in 10 years that they could regulate numbers or even decrease in 8 points? It's not a risk we should take. We are also seeing an increase of not only young adult use, but adult use which will affect the work efficiency and the capacity of New Hampshire's workforce and increase safety risks created by impaired driving on our roadways. our state will feel the ramifications, and it will hurt our youth, our families, and communities when we should be helping them during a serious mental health and substance use crisis our youth are experiencing today. If we are to effectively address the drug crisis, we must work to increase proper prevention messaging and prevent addiction for profit, not encourage it. Science tells us that the developing teen brain is especially vulnerable to addiction. That is why addiction is often referred to as a disease of adolescence. In your packet, there is an insert, Why Prevention? The escalation of drug use during the teen years. You will see the surge of drug use during the adolescence between the ages of 12 and 20, and then it tapers off during the rest of the lifespan. According to the National Center of Addiction and Substance Abuse, 9 out of 10 individuals who struggle with addiction began drinking, smoking, and using other drugs, including marijuana, before turning 18 years of age. This illustrates the need for more prevention, not less. If we legalize and commercialize marijuana, we will be sending the wrong message regarding risk factors and opening the floodgates to increase access and use by our vulnerable youth population. Today's marijuana is not the marijuana of the 1960s. High-potency THC is marijuana of today, and the costs are insurmountable. With high-potency THC comes greater risk of anxiety, depression, and addiction. We are living through a serious opiate epidemic and mental health crisis in our state. To legalize a drug that multiplies the risk of heroin addiction by 3 times is a devastating miscalculation. The legalization of marijuana will only serve to add to the problem of addiction rather than help solve this public health crisis. As a prevention educator and a certified prevention specialist, I see a dire need for New Hampshire to focus more on prevention. Prevention is stopping the problem before it starts. We hear from other states that numerous harms that legalizing marijuana has done to communities, families, and youth. There is no safe regulations to legalization when it comes to recreational marijuana or high-potency THC. House Bill 1598 is not good for New Hampshire. It is not good for our children. This legislation will hurt the people of New Hampshire and benefit only those invested in big marijuana. Thank you.
There being no questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
The committee now calls Kaylee Ann McGlynn. Up next is Neil Habacker.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank the opportunity to be here today. I'm Kaylee McGlynn, a community action member at Raymond Coalition for the Youth, and I have a few words to share regarding the impact this bill would have on the youth. If HB 1598FN was approved and marijuana was legalized for recreational use, the youth community of New Hampshire would be exposed to more outlets, openings, and opportunities to gain access to the drug, even with the precautionary age limits arranged within the law. Teenagers in New Hampshire are over 27% more likely to use drugs compared to the average American teen. And according to the American Academy of Pediatrics, marijuana use has been shown to delay mental development, specifically in the prefrontal cortex, managing self-control, moral judgment, behavioral aspects, the hippocampus for learning and storing memory, and other cognitive areas of the brain. I'm around these youth in the process of becoming our largest entrepreneurs, government officials, and scientists every day. The potential of the future leaders of our country could be stunted with regular marijuana consumption through these crucial developmental stages. And so I ask, why should we allow this hallucinogenic substance to be authorized for personal use when statistics, medical studies, and data is proving that our teenagers are becoming more familiar with drugs? I am part of a generation that has been coerced through media for drug use and now possibly reinforced by state legislature. We want to protect our youth in such uncertain and undetermined times. The potential the future holds, their human advancements may be way beyond our personal conception. In increasing normality of marijuana will have a detrimental impact on the children of our future. New Hampshire has the third highest drug rates in the United States, with being the only state on the East Coast not to legalize marijuana for recreational use. The United States Drug Enforcement Administration classifies marijuana as a Schedule I substance. Schedule I substances have no accepted and official medical use and high potential for abuse. Some other Schedule I subjects in the same category are heroin, LSD, and ecstasy. Why are we encouraging the idea of a drug in the same category as heroin, one of the biggest epidemics in the state of New Hampshire, and permitting it for personal use? Another major concern over this marijuana legalization bill for the youth is the dependence or inability to act independently without marijuana if it were to become a regular occurrence. Teenager years are notorious for making bad decisions due to the fact that the mesolimbic region of the brain is very active during these years. The mesolimbic pathway has an embedded philosophy of if it feels good, to do it again, creating impulses and temptations as it is releasing dopamine and glutamate. With these pleasurable neurotransmitters released, this causes a habit behind a substance, and data shows that our teenagers do not fully take into full consideration the consequences that could happen, because the fixation is on the substance that once made them feel good again. The mental habits and stretch it can put on the human mind could be immense, especially for a teenager. And according to the Yale Medical Institute, adolescents using marijuana while in the age periods of 12 to 18 have a significantly increased likelihood of developing schizophrenia and numerous anxiety disorders. Your choice today could be the difference between exposing our youth to a menacing drug that can delay cognitive development and promote dangerous decision-making, or it could be an act of protection to guard the adolescents of New Hampshire from harmful substances becoming normal. Thank you, and I'm willing to take any questions.
There being no questions, thank you very much for your testimony.
Next is Neil Hubaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for hearing my testimony. My name is Neil Hubacher, and I'm the director of Cornerstone's Church Ambassador Network. We're a growing network of about 300 churches. And although we don't normally engage directly in policy, because of some recent developments in the Church Ambassador Network, I just felt compelled to share those, and I am testifying, to be clear, in opposition to HB 1598. So the two developments that I wanted to share with you are, number one, part of our strategy last fall was just to begin connecting with senators, just small groups of in-district pastors connecting with their senators, primarily just to honor them and say thank you for your work. We managed to hit about 12 of them so far, 5 Democrats, 7 Republicans. And again, the purpose was mainly relationship. It wasn't based centrally on policy. But we would always ask the senator, hey, what are your biggest concerns for your district? You know, for your 54,000 people, you know, what are your concerns? And almost every senator, in their top 3 concerns in their district, they were mental health and the addiction crisis. Mental health and the addiction crisis. And so in light of that, and actually in light of, I think it's Deb Naro of Katie and our colleagues at Katie, you know, they've made that link between the addiction crisis and mental health. And these are big concerns. And so in light of that, it just seems like this bill at this time is ill-advised. The second development that the Church Ambassador Network has experienced in recent months is we started a collaborative. So some of the pastors of these 300 churches have gotten together. It's a mental health collaborative. And it was primarily a response to the to COVID.
of the committee, I am a little bit too ambitious when drafting the original bill, so I will be focusing on the amendment today. It is my understanding that the New Hampshire House has come to a consensus on marijuana and that it should be legalized in this state. Our current issue is working out the details. Do we want to tax cannabis sales? Do we want a state monopoly on sales, etc., as we have heard in previous bills today? What this bill does is it's a backup plan in case we do not come to an agreement on legalization and pass it this session. What this bill does is further decriminalize marijuana possession by removing any references to misdemeanors for possession. It lowers the initial fine from $100 to $50 and lowers all subsequent fines from $300 to $100. And this would increase the possession limit from 3/4 of an ounce to a full ounce. This also fixes what I believe was an overlooked issue in the RSA that makes it so that individuals between the age of 18 and 21 can be charged with a misdemeanor upon their first possession offense. I think we can all agree that we should not be charging our young adults with their whole life ahead of them with a misdemeanor for simply possessing a small amount of marijuana. These are all the things that I believe and hope we can agree on. With that, I ask the bill pass this bill with an ought to pass recommendation, and I will take any questions the committee might have. Thank you.
Representative Testament.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. I just have a simple question. I can't find in your bill how you would prevent or what you would do to prevent youth from using it. You know, once it's out there and it's no penalty to take it, you have to find some way to not transfer that to the younger people. So how would you propose doing that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. And this bill is just a very minor change. It keeps the current statute as is, so there's no changes in terms of addressing that issue. Specifically, there is still a fine in place, and there's still the violation does go up in severity, but this bill does not address that issue specifically in how it gets into the youth's hands.
Thank you, Representative. You're excused.
The committee now calls Representative Max Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'm in favor of this bill, and I just wanted to let members of the committee know I said far less than 1 minute for my testimony. I used to just support medical marijuana, and my first term as a member of this House, as I saw that we're being inundated with more and more bills, sometimes as many as a dozen bills, House and Senate, per session, that it's using up an enormous amount of time. So it wasn't just the hassle and aggravation that I saw medical marijuana patients going through that convinced me that we needed to just legalize marijuana outright. It was the amount of time that it's eating up for the legislature. So for that reason, I would ask you to support this bill and support decriminalization or even legalization outright.
The committee now calls Lieutenant Bill Bright, New Hampshire State Police.
Thank you, committee, again for hearing my testimony. Just for the record, I'm Lieutenant Bill Bright with the New Hampshire State Police. As with the other bills that decriminalize or legalize marijuana or cannabis, we'll just take the same position that we believe that there will be challenges that come along with these bills in the enforcement of increased use. Increased availability will lead to increased use, and that will lead to increased exposure to our children, increased issues with impaired drivers, and so forth.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
At this time, we will now close the public hearing on House Bill 1306. The committee will be in recess till noon. Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee will come to order. We are now opening the public hearing on House Bill 1348 relative to the legalization of a certain amount of cannabis.
The committee calls Representative Timothy Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one moment. I wasn't sure if you were on schedule still, because I know there was a bill before. I'm glad you are. Just trying to find my testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, thank you for making time for me today. My name is Timothy Egan, Grafton 2, Sugar Hill, and I'm here to offer House Bill 1348, which is relative to the legalization of certain amount of cannabis. I think it's a bill that's time has come. Since 2018, 10 states have passed legal adult use cannabis. Right, that's roughly 3.5 years, 10 states. Our neighbors next door, Vermont, then Michigan and Illinois. In 2020 on Election Day in Arizona, Montana, New Jersey. And then added in 2021, New York, Virginia, New Mexico, and Connecticut. As well, there are now 36 states that have medicinal use like the state of New Hampshire does. What this says is our society and our culture has embraced adult legal cannabis as an option instead of alcohol for social enjoyment or as pain relief alternative to opioids. More importantly, the most talked about 2019 UNH survey stated that roughly 70% of New Hampshire residents support legalizing cannabis. Then we should act on what the people of New Hampshire want. The economic impact of a home grow industry that would be included in this bill is substantial. Right now, roughly $1,500 is what someone spends average in America to build a home grow operation. If you said roughly 1/3 of that 70% of New Hampshire residents decided to do home grow, if that's applied, then it's a minimum of $4 to $5 million of new revenue in the state from folks setting up home grow operations. They would be patronizing hardware stores, lighting companies, nurseries, contractors, electricians, who would all then profit from the home grow side of legalization and home grow. As well, this bill has broad legislative support from the House legislators who we've seen bills pass, who have been thinking about pro-cannabis on both sides of the aisle, and they're, as always, are willing to confer and work together to try and bring a consensus bill on legalization and home grow. Moreover, New Hampshire has learned the best practices and the worst practices from other New England states regarding legalization, and it knows how to move forward with logical and sustainable legalized cannabis for New Hampshire residents. We are smart legislators who know how to envision the future for our state, and the future for New Hampshire is legalized possession and home grow of cannabis. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Committee now calls Lieutenant Bill Bright, New Hampshire State Police.
Good morning once again. One of the things that I noticed in this bill that I wanted to point out to the committee was on line 24, it says cannabis-infused products containing no more than 300 milligrams of THC as far as a possession limit. While I am aware that in a lab setting, that level might be able to be tested, but as far as I no, there is no way for an officer in the field to be able to test the amount of THC in an infused product. So that would be extremely difficult to enforce, to have a limit like that. You would either, a police officer would be forced to either seize all cannabis infused products and inundate the lab, or none of them. I have. Take any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Witness is excused.
The committee now calls Frank Knack.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Frank Knack with the ACLU of New Hampshire, and we are here in support of this legislation. The arguments that we have in support of this legislation are the same we had for the previous bill, so I don't want to repeat what I've already said. Just to say briefly that the war on marijuana in New Hampshire is wasting our tax dollars. It is enforced with the staggering racial bias, and the collateral consequences on Granite State residents are enormous. So we support this, and thank you for your time. Happy to answer any questions.
The committee now calls the Honorable Joe Hannon.
Thank you, members of the committee. I know it's time to eat soon, so I'll be as brief as I can. Like I said earlier, when we were studying legalization and taxation of cannabis in New Hampshire, we looked at a lot of different things, and one of them was home grow. And the issue came up, what do we do about home grow? And the example was thrown around that, you know, we already have home distillation of beer and wine, so you can have up to 200 gallons, as most of you probably know, of beer wine in your home, as long as it's for personal family use, and you're not selling it. And only 100 gallons if you're the only person brewing it in your household. That's a lot of wine and beer to make for home use. So increasing the numbers to have a few plants and to allow an increase in the personal possession amount in New Hampshire is not even a big stretch. It's the minimum we should be doing at this point. There's no enforcement of the liquor of home distillation unless someone is selling it. There is no one at the Liquor Commission who goes out and checks to see how much you're home brewing for beer or wine. I don't foresee that happening with home grow of cannabis unless someone sees, you know, plants on from satellite images or airplanes. If there's a large field in someone's yard, maybe they'll start investigating. But traditional home grow of small amounts is not been an issue for alcohol, and it certainly, I don't believe it'll be an issue for cannabis in New Hampshire. I'd be happy to take any questions. I support this bill. Sorry.
Thank you. The witness is excused.
Thank you.
Committee calls Matt Simon.
Good afternoon. I'll be very brief this time. For the record, Matt Simon, Prime Alternative Treatment Centers, and I am speaking in favor of this bill, which would very simply legalize cannabis possession and limited cultivation for adults. As I said in my previous testimony, this has been the first step of adult use legalization in nearly every state that has ended prohibition for adults, and there's no reason that it shouldn't be the first step in New Hampshire. The questions associated with how to best regulate cannabis production and sales are somewhat complex, and maybe the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee isn't the only committee that should be weighing in on those questions, frankly. But this bill is very simple. It merely answers a very simple question: what should be the state response to the adult use and limited possession of cannabis? The vast majority of Granite Staters believe there should be no response when an adult chooses to grow a few plants or possess cannabis or use it. And that's all this bill asks you to do. So I would encourage you to pass it. Thank you so much.
Seeing no hands raised, the witness is excused. Thank you for your testimony.
The committee calls Terry Clayton. Terry Clayton. Going once.
Are there any members of the public who are present who wish to testify that have not testified already? Seeing none, at this time we'll now close the public hearing on House Bill 1348. And just to address the committee, we are going to be in recess till 2 o'clock, but we're going to actually be meeting in our committee room, not in Reps Hall. So we're going to regroup in our regular committee location. When we reconvene at 2 o'clock, it's going to be in our committee room. We're not going to stay in Reps Hall. I have no control over that.
Not gonna happen today. We don't have enough, yeah, put it this way, I will not be on board with that. We haven't had a chance to even digest any of this. I know, I'm just.
So I'm going to give Karen the paperwork. Scott?
Oh,
Yeah, I did have it
There's, what's his face? Terry sits over there, right? Yep. So, yeah, and I brought all the other remaining signs in the office now. I just went over to the next one. We are here at 35 today. Or 30 or whatever it is. I didn't think we were. 2021, they made over 3 billion cases out of that facility. Then you're supposed to process it. No, yeah, he says they are these huge 2-ton bags, white plastic bags, you know, they're like sacks. They bring them in full of cotton. Because how would you get that much out? He said one machine just puts out, I think it was 900 8 cups of that.
Having fun? Welch did, yeah. Where are the name tags? Oh. Clear day outside. Yes, severe clear. Well, today, temperature's not too bad, wind's not too bad.
So, he's not gonna be here, I don't think, right away.
How did we, I know the other room is full. How did we end up here?
20.
They don't know. I talked to the sergeant at arms, they said, well, there's supposed to be somebody going in the state house, but, you know, into the chamber. Then
Yeah.
they said, we haven't been notified yet. I just saw them about 10 minutes ago.
Which one's that? I'm pissed at the lobbyist for gun owners of America.
Yeah, it was freezing over there, and now it's hot in here.
What's his name?
Oh, gun owner?
Yeah.
Oh.
For what?
He does not do his research.
Yeah. Well, lawyers and doctors and stuff, it should be 350 days, not too much.
What's that?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, no, but what committee would you be on?
It's actually the next time we unseat. Vetoed by us back in the day, so I said, well, we do know you can be unseated. Delegates shall be paid at the same per diem rate as the legislators. We don't have a per diem.
No,
So that's why the only three people that
Yeah.
Yeah, JR's.
for a week.
It's gotta
Yeah.
be-
Gotta be worthwhile.
Yeah,
His ass in
I'm going to CPAC.
a sling right now.
It's not gonna interfere with house, is it? Another.
I don't care.
Yeah.
I skipped so many. I want to go.
Just for voting purposes, that's, you get that same
What,
invite.
I mean,
I've never been before, so I want to go. It's all right.
I know what the issue is generally that, baby's kids, one of his kids I ever met.
That's good.
Big deal.
I just want to,
His parent.
I figure
Go
I'll
away,
meet
don't bother
someone,
me.
like Mark
True, but it's gonna be there, and they'll probably be there.
Trump will probably show up. Yeah, so
Will be there.
I already bought my tickets, we'll be out telling everything. Don't have to.
When I go down that area, which line can you always head home?
Yeah, we donated to it also. Well, you know, several years ago, we were out in, somewhere in the eastern part of the state.
Oh, yeah.
At a political thing. Karen was there.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Dave was there. Yeah, it was one of the typical small get-together in a library or something. Anyway,
Yeah.
we were there for 2 or 3 hours.
Oh, really?
Somebody
Yeah.
called in a false
Slide the
report
canopy
against
open.
Dave that he had heard a man beating a young girl
Yeah.
in the backyard.
Oh, that's awesome.
Dave's. And they called up Karen. You need an alibi for me. You and I were together several miles away.
So would the whole thing record you?
But, you know, the thing is, Joy had to head to Maine, and they basically had to go into hiding while they sorted it out. PCYF is got to be reined in.
That feeling of that feeling of weightlessness when you reach the apex.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's awesome. Yeah, it's better than golfing any day. This should be interesting. Yeah, so it's probably going to interfere, but they can survive without one vote. I don't think they'll be.
Well, you know, it's like this little girl down in Manchester. Yeah, yeah. 2 years. And finally, son said, where is she? What do you
think
mean,
that the
2 years?
Not
Number
put it
one.
on those days. So
Yeah,
that
they
people
probably shouldn't have been looking for her anyway if you go around looking for her. But
But you know why that happens? There's only one group of people HHS will go after.
Yes.
In blue voters,
yeah,
they will never go after the poor.
That's euphemism for F.U. Biden.
yeah.
Somebody's got a Let's Go Brandon sign
All
outside.
want to deal with them because we can't fix it up on the pole. So they
Oh,
go
no.
after you or me. That, it's going to cost us a ton of money to fight that.
Yeah.
And it's going to hurt us. So they'll go after us because we'll tell them, well, I won't, but some will please. Say, okay. And then that way they can go to their upper deeds and say, look, we fixed it, we saved this.
Yeah.
They can't save the rich, they can't save the poor. And go after the middle class. Go after stop.
Yeah.
Right, you could have another car. But do it when she's locked in the house up there, don't do it when she's near me.
Who's that?
Well, because, oh, yeah. Teach them a lesson. See, this is how you do it. Well, once a year she'll get a hair across the head. And when she does, the dogs, cat, we're all heading up.
How's it going?
Very rare. Yes, ma'am. The rest of the time she let me investigate. So I say, well, all right, he gets once a year.
Is he hearing it too? Well, I guess I better open it. this is Daryl. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Are you speaking on that one? Oh, obviously, yeah. Oh, speaking of Rennie, I talked to the clerk. He said we cannot switch one kind of bill for another kind. You can't change it to a room. Yeah. I called the clerk and checked, and he said, no, it's going to stay as is. Yeah, I did one this year.
Yeah, what are we gonna do with that one?
I hope not. It's just. For what, mine? Yeah. What's the solution? Well, we were gonna do that last year, but the EDNA killed it and said that there's too many songs. Go ahead. I- Yeah, yeah. What were his points? We're not doing that. We just recognized her. All it said is thank you. Yeah. All I want to do, the poor woman, I mean, the song sucks. But she's my constituent. She's pretty well known in town. And, oh, it does. But I'm gonna, waiting for the secretary to tell me it's okay. You ready? Okay. How do these are new?
Test.
Do I gotta hold it down? Test, okay. At this time, I will be opening the hearing on CACR 20 and yeah, he said he just had to hit the head. All right. You're up.
The committee now recognizes Representative Conley.
Colleagues, thank you. I'm Casey Conley, State Representative from Dover, representing Stratford County District 13, here now to introduce CACR 20 on behalf of the prime sponsor who is unable to attend today. In light of the overwhelming public support for legalizing cannabis, many Granite Staters have asked, why can't we just vote on this like they do in other states? Although New Hampshire does not have a process where voters can take matters into their own hands like a referendum, much like our neighbors to the east in Maine, we do have a constitutional amendment process. This is a unique case, and I think we should seriously consider using this method to improve public policy. Since the legislature, and particularly another chamber in this body, has repeatedly failed to act on cannabis legislation, despite polls showing a supermajority of support, CACR 20 provides legislators with another reasonable option. We could send the question to our constituents and give them the opportunity to decide the question for themselves in November. The proposed amendment language is simple. It would add a statement to Article 2, the Natural Rights Clause, establishing, quote, all adults shall have the right to possess cannabis intended for personal consumption. Just as Article 2A protects the right to keep and bear arms, Article 2B protects the right to live free of government intrusion. This proposed Article 2C would protect the right of adults to possess cannabis intended for their personal use. This is not a complex policy issue. CACR 20 asks a basic question, and it deals directly with the relationship between individuals and our state government, and I believe it is entirely appropriate that we address this fundamental issue via constitutional amendment. As the committee is well aware, I've put forward bills to address this via legislation. I'm co-sponsoring another measure this year. That is the preferred measure for making policy in the state. This is a unique situation in part because for the last 6, maybe longer years, we have, as a legislature, been unable to advance this. We heard the term earlier, it's a charade. It's one of those things our constituents can't comprehend why we can't get this done. And I hope that this year will be the year that we defy that history. Obviously I'm continuing to support those measures, but it's unknown where those bills are going to go. We hope that, or I hope that they will pass. We don't know where that process will lead, but this gives us an alternative approach. I would argue that referring the question to voters in the form of a CACR not only is a reasonable option, it's the least we can do. It's putting the ball in their court, and it's letting us listen to them. So there's much more in these prepared remarks that I will hold for later, but that's the main point here. And one thing I want to clarify is that CACR does not explicitly mention home cultivation, but it also doesn't limit the form of possession that would be contemplated. You could argue that it would include cultivation, but one could amend this to clarify that on either side. So with that, I'm happy to take questions, and I would ask the committee to recognize that I'm not the prime sponsor.
I have a question, if you can answer it. A CACR, I believe, requires a supermajority in both the House, the Senate, and the public.
That's my recollection as well.
Thank you. Representative Burt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you for your testimony. Why Article 2? You know, why not have a special article that would add to that? You know, why put this on Article 2?
Well, it could go either way. The reality is these are, I think it's identifying a right that is significant to New Hampshire residents, and those other rights, I believe, are equally significant.
Follow up.
Thank you for your, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me a follow-up. I remember seeing the roll call last year, and I do agree with you about letting the voters decide this. But there was a Second Amendment CACR last year, and you didn't allow the voters to vote on that. Could you elaborate on that?
I could. Again, not my original proposal, but I've thought long and hard about that, including last year, and I'm here now telling you that that was an incorrect decision on me. I'm a representative, of course, but we don't know what they think on every issue, and I would love to know this question, that question, and other questions. I wish we had a referendum system in our state. We don't, but anything that we can get direct input from our voters, I think, is appropriate, even on things I don't necessarily agree with.
Thank you.
There being no further questions, I thank the witness for introducing the bill and taking that last question.
The committee now calls the Honorable Joe Hannon.
Thank you, members of the committee. Whoa, that's pretty loud, sorry. My name is Joe Hannon. I'm here representing the New Hampshire Harm Reduction Coalition today, and we support this CAC. People in New Hampshire do want this to happen, and I think it's incumbent upon us to, at least, even if you don't support the idea, to give the people the chance to vote on it and let them decide. That's what a true representative democracy is about, and I think our republic is better for it if we let the people tell us what they want. So I beg you, please let this pass and see what the people decide.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Committee now calls Jonah Wheeler. believe.
Thank you. I'm Jonah Wheeler. I'm representing myself, but I also work with Rights and Democracy, which is an advocacy group here in New Hampshire. I have a lot to say about all these bills, so I'll just sort of condense it into this one speech, and it won't go on too long, so don't worry about that. But we've all heard the arguments about marijuana, cannabis, whatever you want to call it. I feel like we all have someone in our lives who uses marijuana in one form or another. It's not meth. It's not cocaine. The fact that we're still here today in 2021 in a state that proclaims liberty and freedom, live free or die, debating whether or not someone can grow a plant, smoke it on their own use, I think is a bit silly. I'm someone who supports freedom when it comes to all things. I think you should have the liberty to do what you choose if it doesn't infringe on someone else. And giving this to the people, this legislation and other legislation which will legalize it and so on and so forth, that's exactly what this does. We have liquor stores. I could give you science, if any of you want science, on the fact that alcohol is far more dangerous than marijuana. Causes more deaths, causes more crime, causes domestic violence at far higher rates than marijuana does. The fact that we're still here debating this in 2021 says a lot about our legislature. And specific to this bill, the constitutional amendment, giving it to the people, I think, would restore some semblance of faith in the institutions of our republic. I think, if you talk to anyone who's not active in politics nowadays, I think you would hear, I don't really think that anything's getting done for me up there or in Washington. I don't think they work for me. I don't really think there is a government anymore. That's the conversation a lot of people are having. We give the people the decision. If we give people opportunity to make their own decisions on something like this, I think that is how we start to restore faith in our institutions going forward. So I don't know, didn't have anything written, and I apologize for it being a bit of a ranty, but I hope that the committee really does consider what freedom actually means in this country. And if we're going to have freedom, we should have if we're going to proclaim freedom, then we should actually instill that freedom in our country. And this is a small but significant way to do that. So I thank the committee for my time.
There being no questions, I thank the witness for his testimony.
The committee now calls Frank Knack.
Can you hear me? Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Frank Knack with the ACLU of New Hampshire. You've already heard my more in-depth testimony this morning on why I think New Hampshire should end its war on marijuana. Just to add that the majority of Republicans, Independents, and Democrats support legalization of marijuana in New Hampshire. We think it's appropriate that the voters choose, or if the legislature chooses one of the other options, to fix it in statute. Either way works for us. We think this is smart public policy. From a fiscal perspective, from a racial disparity perspective, from a public safety perspective. So thank you.
There being no questions, thank the witness for his testimony.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else who hasn't signed up that wishes to speak on this bill? There being none, I will close the public hearing, and we will stand in recess for 15 minutes. Overestimated how much time we're going to need. Yeah, well, except we have to wait till 3. Yeah, 2:30. they were taking applications. Oh, they are in the appeals game. Yeah, it's a little too late. That was mine.
And I guess,
Huh?
Byron
Yeah.
too, I forgot about first part of two, which is, well, right. So, yeah, because I was talking about why two? Two-way. It's usually, which I'm calling that.
Focused?
Focused on Article 2A. Yeah.
Yeah.
I guess there's a 2B and a 2, yeah.
There is more.
Oh, yeah. Could be.
I worry though that, I worry that
No, they're worried about, they've been trying for 7 or 8 years to get this passed. I have the name of Wilberforce in the UK. Took 40 years to get rid of slavery. He just kept coming back every year. Every year he was in Parliament. Yeah. How many people want to get rid of it? Not yet. 40 years.
But this may draw them out.
Or they, so many people don't fill out that extra paper either. We found that out 2 years ago with the extra questions on the Constitution that passed, but the number of people who took it was, I forgot it. I just forgot it. And I was prepared, and people were asking me about it, and I just left without even doing it. So,
How's it that you're in Dover?
it's good. I mean, where I am is the downtown ward, so it's apartments, not transient, that, but yeah, so it's, Ward 1 is like 60%. Dover's about 70 overall, which is pretty good.
That's real good.
That's part of the thing that, especially with the local level board, on those stations. When I talk to them, they was okay, it's crack, whatever, they bring 5 out the wall. Let's go, we gotta go down, no, I don't have to do it. I call my parents. Worried about it.
That's what's wrong with Tom.
So-and-so, I see
Yeah.
Basic stuff.
Yeah. It's come a long way from, I mean, the horror stories of the old Dirty Dover days. It's come a long way.
So what's it, it's adding something that isn't there? No? That's all. What do we do with that? ITL? Generally, I'm in favor of any CACRs passing. Oh, no. Right here. This one right here. Right in front of us. Here. No, here. I think Muse. Is she from Muse? What her name's Perez?
No, she's someone on the committee. And you, and the last name? Perez? And you're filling in for whom? Muse? Okay, thank you.
We'll take a look.
Come on.
What about the 21st Amendment?
I like letting the public decide. I think. Oh, you mean fix it or now's the time? But I like. You talk about the one that's coming up? Well, yeah, because it points to a place in the Constitution that doesn't exist. That's the first problem. You have the language on this? Do you have the actual bill on CACR 34? Coordinates saying it doesn't have a home. He said that it points to a place in the Constitution that doesn't exist.
Who is this the office for?
Ah.
Well, they're important until they cross the government. When they cross it, Ken Weiler found that out. Kenny is.
He didn't say anything wrong.
No, I didn't, but Kenny, he was absolutely right. And just, you know, they finally decided enough's enough. And we keep passing those bills.
Under the agenda. Can't let the sheep see it.
Oh.
Hey, John.
Although Sununu is
John.
getting upset with the executive council.
That's correct. It says part the second.
Yeah, they're not paving like they're supposed to.
Yeah, they're not saying yes or no, so what do you want me to do? Yeah, so. Well, he does have one sheep.
I mean, do I
Democrats votes with it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Part of the second, which is
Of course, he did, was it yesterday or day before? He said he didn't run for senator because he didn't want to be the roadblock to Biden's agenda.
You can still ITL it, but just not for that reason anymore.
Well, that's why we're electing a senator.
Oh, now that Sununu voted anti-gun twice, vetoed my bill and the other bill.
Okay, there is.
What will Gun Owners of America do?
Yeah, we've got brought all.
Well, Gun Owners of America, and granted, Karen wasn't very much of a challenge last night. But wasn't a hell of a challenge last summer. But she did vote, she did run against him.
He's at a meeting and speaker.
And Goa, said, gave, Sununu
Oh, yeah.
sort of an A+, thumbs up. And said the other person running against him, Karen, does not have a good record on fire. So that's why I wrote a letter to Goa, who's the guy from Dunbarton, who's the legal guy for Goa.
Oh, Mike Hammond?
Mike, we've known him for, God, since the beginning. He said, yeah, you gotta get rid of this asshole. Couldn't believe it. That's why he doesn't come around me very often.
Oh, she said that?
Oh, yeah, multiple times.
I readily admit my wife funds my habits.
Let's work.
Let's work.
His voting record, his actions against the conservatives people will say, well, he's pro-life. Time out. And you say, what about this, and this? Oh, we didn't know that. Well, I saw the
Just for a
list
couple
of,
months.
I saw a list of people who accepted Pfizer donations.
What, for $100?
He was on the top. He got the most money. Most of the senators did. Even Biden took $3,000 or $4,000 from Pfizer.
Yeah, 125 a year.
I've got my
First of all, I wouldn't want to be
computers
just
all
'cause I wouldn't
screwed
want
up.
to stand up there all that
I
freaking
can't get
time.
Facebook. Not so sure I care about that.
I'm sitting there going, why don't they have a bar stool?
How do I get it? I can't even get it on my new tablet, new cell phone.
Mine, I can't get in mine at all. The password is screwed up and it won't help me fix it.
Well, my password's on here, it says
You're correct. It would be a circus.
you're logging in on a different.
Someone asked, we
Yeah.
said that for a number of
If
years.
you can answer 4 out of the questions, so I go, you've answered all of them. Okay? He was good.
I had some
No, you're
on personal
You're on a different device.
policy.
Well, I just answered your security.
I have the same problem. I've just given up last week. I got better things to do.
Make things happen. Have to check the clock every
Yeah.
I went somewhere. I don't know where it was, but it was 6:30 in the morning, barely.
Yeah, might as well. I guess Daryl's not coming again. I don't get paid enough for this. Nah, I can never tell.
Okay, it being 2:30, I'm going to call the committee to order and open the hearing on CACR 34. And we will recognize
Representative Adjutant.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. I am here to testify in favor of CACR 34, as soon as I can find it. Here we go. I am here to introduce CACR 34, a constitutional amendment to provide a framework for cannabis legalization in the state of New Hampshire. I have a series of points today that I want to make before the committee, and the first and foremost is the point of process. Please, 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 do not vote against this when the time comes, specifically because it's the wrong process and because it's a CACR and not a normal bill. I'll explain why I think a CACR provides the right foundation needed for cannabis legalization going forward. And for the record, yes, I think it's unfortunate that this is one of the last and best avenues to legalization that we have in the form of a CACR. I think it's more unfortunate that a plant is illegal. I hope by the end of today I will have met my responsibility to convince you of the merit of the language despite the package that it's coming to you in. The language of the CACR says, quote, "The General Court of the state shall make no law infringing on the right to the use, sale, and cultivation of cannabis for persons over the age of 18. I chose this language specifically to give the legislature implied regulatory authority by setting the bar at, quote, infringing on the right. You may recognize that language from the Second Amendment. I chose that specifically. I'm really, really going to try to make the following case without sparking a Second Amendment conversation. And at the risk of accidentally invoking one, I want to use the Supreme Court's interpretation of that shall not be infringed language as it currently stands in precedent. This is not specifically my opinion one way or another. This is the current stare decisis as interpreted by the Supreme Court regarding the 2008 Heller decision, a decision which I believe was decided correctly. And this write-up from a site called libertarianinstitute.org, quote, after a narrow 5-4 vote, the Supreme Court held that DC's handgun ban violated an individual's Second Amendment right to bear arms for lawful purposes such as self-defense. Crucially, the Supreme Court ruled that the right to keep and bear arms is an individual right unconnected with service in a militia. The court's opinion, written by the late Justice Antonin Scalia, was careful to make sure the Heller decision could not be interpreted too broadly. Quote from Scalia, like most rights, the Second Amendment is not unlimited. It is not a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner for whatever purpose, Scalia wrote. The court's decision in Heller could not be used to overthrow laws preventing felons and the mentally ill from buying firearms. The court ruled that weapons in common use, like handguns, are protected by the Second Amendment and that dangerous or unusual weapons could still be prohibited. I use this example specifically not to take a position on Heller or the issue that it was debating, but to explain to the committee that I believe a reasonable interpretation of the precedent and stare decisis would require a court to acknowledge the legislature as having a right of inherent and embedded limited right of regulation, so long as those regulations didn't impede the broader right because of the specific language in the CACR. The legislature would have the authority in this instance to prevent you from smoking in a kindergarten class, but you would have the right to smoke in your home. This kind of legal interpretation was also solidified by stare decisis with the First Amendment in U.S. versus Schneck, in the famous can't yell fire in a crowded theater decision, and then later narrowed in Brandenburg v. Ohio. In that instance, you can't legally call in a bomb threat, but you can make a statement disagreeing with the government, just like you would have the right to grow cannabis and possess it, but not drive under the influence. I think this kind of implicit suggestion of regulation authority is better than a more overt statement, because it is in effect limiting the regulation authority so that the actual right of use, sale, or cultivation of cannabis must be maintained in any regulatory action the legislature decides to take. I initially referenced the CACR as a good framework, and by that I mean this puts the onus on the legislature to craft cannabis policy under the presumption that if it can and ought to be legal and used by the public over the age of 18, instead of, well, okay, if we legalize it, what does that look like? Because I believe the latter ends up being inherently more restrictive. For the benefit of the committee's time, I'm not going to give you a dissertation on the popularity of cannabis legalization in the state of New Hampshire. You've heard it a million times this year, including just today. I won't tell you anything that you haven't heard already. I am simply here to explain why I think this contains the best guardrails possible to ensure safe and effective cannabis policy that keeps public safety in mind while also letting cannabis users exercise their freedoms and what my constitutional interpretation of the language is. Folks are allowed to disagree with that. I am one of the few lawmakers that comes to hearings and says that I admit that I don't know everything. I would ask the committees pass this with an OTP motion, and I'm happy to take questions.
There being no, sure, absolutely. Representative Conlon.
There we go. Having just introduced a CACR, knowing that there's another one, would you, to the extent that you can, provide an explanation on the differences between, at the very least, the one that was just heard and your CACR?
With permission from the chair to speak on bills not currently being heard?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would be happy to. In my testimony, I spoke a lot about inherent regulation authority versus overt regulation authority. One of the other CACRs that you will be hearing or either heard, the last few words in it specifically say subject to regulation by the legislature. I believe writing those words there specifically create a wider opportunity for overregulation versus the inherent defined regulation authority within the language that this CACR has. The Supreme Court in the state of New Hampshire and the federal one can do a lot with a lot less language. So I believe having more overt language there isn't helpful to the project. Regarding the CACR only having to do with possession, you could make an argument that possession goes pretty broad. If you consume cannabis, you are possessing it in your body. But I believe that if you're going to go the CACR route, then it is best to be as inclusive as possible while providing the best guardrails. So I don't want to speak negatively on another colleague's bill. I'm happy to answer that the best I can, but those are my best guesses on interpretation.
I have a quick question. With regard to the inherent ability to regulate constitutional amendments, as I'm sure you're aware, the courts generally use a test, a scrutiny test, intermediate, strict. That in itself could take years. Say the legislature were to pass some type of regulation and it were challenged in the court, before that could get even heard or ruled one way or the other, it could take years. Do you think that just leaving it broad like that is safe enough for that period of time until it sorts itself out in the courts?
Unfortunately, cases do take a while to percolate. But I think, and actually this speaks to the difference in language between the CACR and the other one I just brought up. I think a legislature looking at the words shall not be infringed may be less likely to pass any restrictive legislation versus the words subject to regulation by the legislature. Even that, hesitation and pumping the brakes. For example, I had a bill come up in Ways and Means this morning regarding different tax rates for different sized businesses depending on the wages they pay. There was consideration in the committee on the constitutionality of that based on some specific language within the tax statute about not having differentiating taxes. I happen to believe that, because the business profits tax is based on size, that would be constitutional, but there were other members of the committee that disagreed, and I don't know the status of that bill, how it's going to come out, but I can tell you that initial hesitation was enough to make some members consider, not to, pout on my other bill today, but to answer your question, I think having that language in there would provide a little hesitation for future lawmakers.
Thank you. There being no further questions, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
The committee now calls the Honorable Joe Hannon.
Hello again. Promise this will be the last time I speak to you today. So my name is Joe Hannon, and I do support CACR 34 as I do the other CACRs today. Earlier, I may have mentioned that there was some discussion about whether federal laws would conflict if we legalized cannabis in New Hampshire. Most of you know that the 18th Amendment was written to prohibit alcohol in the country, and it was repealed by the 21st Amendment in 1933. I still don't know which amendment was passed to prohibit cannabis in the first place. And I think because it's never really been done, that's just been an assumed power the federal government has taken and the states have just kind of gone along with. It's not the first time it's happened in history. It's happened with many other things. We have we've had a medical program in this state for several years now in contradiction to federal law. And it did pass. It's been operating. It's been doing well. We also historically have been a state who has gone against the federal government for other things. We went against the federal government in terms of slavery. We fought to not send caught slaves back to the South. We didn't do very well in court, but we fought them. We fought the fight in New Hampshire for our own rights, and I think the people of New Hampshire deserve the opportunity to take their own rights and vote on them on the ballot. So please, I implore you to OTP this bill, this CACR, and even like I said, even if you don't agree with it, let the people decide, and that's pretty much all I have to say. Thank you. I'd be happy to take any questions.
There being no questions, thank you for your testimony.
Have a good day.
The committee now calls Terry Clayton.
Thank you, Chairman and representatives, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Terry Clayton. I have a PhD in chemistry, and I run an analytical and product development lab in Guilford, New Hampshire. And I was asked to talk a little bit today. I do support the bills put before you today, and I have been asked on regular occasion about safety, efficacy, and quality if a cannabis program were to continue forward. So I wanted to tell you a little bit about what I am doing, and then, quite frankly, if going forward, as cannabis moves forward in New Hampshire, if there's anything I can do to help people understand from a technical standpoint, I would be happy to do so. So my laboratory, I am licensed by the DEA to have controlled substances on site and perform analytical testing. I am in process right now to get certified to assist in the TCP program to help quantify the cannabis that's provided by the dispensaries. And some of the things that I've heard from people is that today, because there is not a recreational cannabis program in New Hampshire, typically someone that wants cannabis is getting it probably through their network, probably in a Ziploc bag. It's based on trust. Potency is unknown. Safety is unknown. Heavy metals, pesticides, things like that in it. So I think the medical dispensary program is doing quite well. There are lots of test procedures, ASTM test methods, instruments used regularly in the pharmaceutical industry that are ready, methods all set to go if New Hampshire were to continue moving this forward. And my lab, as well as other labs that I'm sure would come along with the process, can certainly ensure potency, presence or lack thereof, heavy metals, pesticides, mold, things like that. So anyways, I wanted to share that with this group, and if there were any questions at this time, I'd be happy to take them. Otherwise, going forward, I would be more than happy to participate in dialogue in the future.
Thank you. I do have a question, actually. Given your expertise, are you aware of or have you heard of any type of testing that would be forthcoming that would assist law enforcement in conducting an on the roadside type of test for the presence and level of cannabis in a person's system?
Let's see. So in the person's body, no. I think there is some work being done. There are very low-cost kits available. It's called TLC, where if an officer or someone else can pull someone over, is nervous about something that's in the car, you can test things on site. But I'm not aware of a breathalyzer or I should say a non-intrusive type test that you can run on the spot.
Okay, thank you. There be no further questions. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, representatives.
Anyone else wishing to testify on this bill that hasn't signed up? CACR 34. There being none, I will go ahead and close the hearing on CACR 34, and we will be in recess for 12 minutes.
Stay asleep. I needed to get up and move anyways. can we pull the shades down? He wants to go to sleep.
Testing, 1, 2, okay. It now being 3 p.m., I will call the committee to order, and we will open the public hearing on CACR 35.
The committee calls the Honorable Andrew Prout.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Andrew Prout, representing Hillsborough County District 37, the towns of Hudson and Pelham. This CACR would establish a right to personal, non-commercial possession, use, and cultivation of cannabis, but explicitly permit laws seeking to regulate or tax commercial cannabis activity. Looking at the calendar for today, I suspect you've heard a lot on these topics so far today, so I'll try not to be repetitive. There are two reasons this is filed as a CACR instead of a regular bill. The first is simple math. It takes one less vote in the body on the other side of the wall. We're in a different room than I thought we were going to be when I wrote this, though, than to override a veto. The second reason is, coming up this fall, the people of New Hampshire will vote on whether to call a constitutional convention. That happens once every 10 years, and in November of 2022, it's up. The delegates to that convention would be elected from the same districts as the House, and there is no equivalent to the Senate or the governor in the process. Given the popularity of legalizing cannabis in recent sessions of the House, and according to polling data in the general public, this is also a viable path to accomplishing the goal of legalizing cannabis via constitutional amendment. If we do not accomplish legalizing cannabis in this session year of the General Court, I would be among those advocating for the public to call such a convention. Even if this CACR fails to make it fully through the process to be proposed by this legislature, the hearings, discussion, and votes on this CACR will inform the voters and future convention delegates as well. I promise to be brief, so I'll leave it at that, but would of course be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
There being no questions, the witness is thanked for his testimony.
Thank you.
There being no further witnesses, we will go ahead and adjourn the hearing. I'll close the hearing, on CACR 35, and the committee will stand in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Sounds good to me. I will not argue. I'm assuming we should take our.
I don't know where my name tag is. It'll show up.
I got mine, Dick. Thanks for saying that. I would have left it.
Hey, do me a favor,
Yes, sir.
do us all a favor. Don't call for the caucuses. Well, I gather that's true. But it looks to me, I don't want something, I want to help you out here, I don't want to get that lapel creased the wrong way. Looks to me like you're a champion.
That looks like that too sometimes. But I will tomorrow. Well, bring Jen back. We'll slide over one. Tomorrow, I will probably do 8:30. Because I have no idea what the chair wants with all this stuff tomorrow, so.
When it calls you, at 9 o'clock, we'll do this in the morning. You have plenty of time.
Yeah.
Yeah,